It's Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancerous fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, what's this? Game Awards!
I can't focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. You dude, fucking Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. It is Saturday Fun Day. That's right, folks. We are live. We are alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It's March 22nd. 2025, and I am late. I'm late. It's 1 p.m. I'm exactly here at 1 p.m. I'm actually 2 hours late, and the reason for that is actually a pretty good reason. We will, of course, get into that in a brief moment, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And the personal news, that is what I've done in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. That's right. For all the parasocialists out there. Okay, so 2 hours late. I know I am 2 hours late. Don't worry. I will get into it in a second. Whew. So last night I did the broadcast. Didn't really do much. Played a lot of Kingdom Come Deliverance. As always, you already know what it is. I've been playing a lot of that. I've been playing some Assassin's Creed as well, but I'm trying not to play Assassin's Creed because I'm going to be playing it on stream. Having said that, outside of the usual, did I do anything out of the ordinary? Absolutely not. As always, I went to bed. I woke up early, and I'll tell you what, I didn't want to work out. I didn't want to work out at all. Okay? I did not want to work out at all. I was tired. I knew that I had the podcast at 10 a.m., and I had a very special guest for the podcast. So in my mind, I was thinking, maybe it's okay if I don't actually work out this morning. But I said no, because yesterday was the first day that I had actually done a perfect diet day in a while, and a perfect deficit day in a while. I thought to myself, just like Andrew Huberman, what would Andrew Huberman do? I went and I worked out this morning, and I'm actually very happy that I did, because I feel pretty goddamn good. Leak. Who was the guest? The guest is Phineas. Not Phineas and Ferb. Phineas, Billie Eilish's brother / producer, incredibly musically talented Phineas. Yeah, that's right. That was the special guest. That episode is going to be coming out on Monday. It was insane. He is the man. He is one of you guys. He's a HasanAbi head, and you can really tell. He shined. He shone. Okay, he was fantastic. One of my favorite guests for sure. Okay. Message you on Discord with proof that I'm the doctor of Bin Laden's doctor's daughter. With proof. Please check your Discord DMs. Okay. Why? I don't understand what you want from me on that front. But anyway, sick. Cutie was not there, even though she wanted to apparently be there, and apparently she's very jealous, but that's her fault for staying in goddamn Utah. But in any case, yeah, it was great, and I'm very excited for you guys to see it. I think you're gonna enjoy it. I think you're gonna enjoy the final product for sure. It's a definite can't miss. It's a definite lock, can't miss ass episode for the most part. 10 Speed 86, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. God damn. Wow. But What was I going to say? Austin and Will are doing ad reads in the background for the podcast right now, and I can't even focus on it. Oh my god!
It's like memeing.
iDubbbz did a meme video. That's cool. We'll watch that. But God, I can't even hear myself think right now. They're yelling so much. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, so I can't. I'm gonna have to literally wait for them to be done. It's crazy. Can you guys hear them? Oh, you can hear them. Yeah, when I talk, you can probably hear them in the background. It's insane how loud they are. All right, the Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Anyway, personal news-wise, had an incredible podcast. Worked out in the morning. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good about all of this stuff. And of course, it's the reason why I'm late. So apologies for that. Yeah. So I do want to make a note about something. That I find is very funny. Apparently, people have been hating on my latest drop, and it's so funny because like they get it. You know what I mean? They get it. Like I don't know why they people as in like apparently Ethan and all of his fans in his snark subreddit where they just snark me all day every day as Ethan simultaneously complains about fucking snark subreddits ruining his life. But thank you for the marketing. That was very nice. When you were partying, I studied the dialectical materialism. When you were getting married and starting a family, I mastered the socialist grift. While you wasted your days goofing and gaffing, I cultivated an audience of leftist activists who pay for my Porsche. And now that the world is on fire and Trump is in office, you have the audacity to question my going to Gaza. Yeah. It's basically just like stupid sexy Hassan over and over again. But I do like it. I do like that they're doing free promo for no reason, so that's nice. Yeah, there's a lot of stupid shit going on. Yeah, this is the other thing that they were. I don't care if this was made as an attack. This is potentially the funniest copy pasta potential ever. I'm fucking dead. Yeah, I agree. It's pretty funny. Now he's doubting your merch is union made lol. Dude, this man is fucking insane. I don't think he will understand that this is really bad for his mental sanity. It is really bad for his mental health. Oh my God, they're getting louder and louder. I don't think he understands. Okay? I don't think he understands that this is not good for his mind. That he needs to not fucking yell out whatever first thought that comes in to his mind. And instead, he should probably speak to a fucking therapist. Jesus. Wait, what? Oh no. Wait, why? Are people... Oh, you guys were so loud. I was like, I can't even hear myself think.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're doing the podcast.
Yeah.
Excuse me, unlike some of us.
Mics are...
Oh, okay. Now we got to work more. He's like, oh, content's here.
You don't have to.
Hey, let me get to the mic.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
Oh, no, you're going to break it. You're going to break the chair. You're going to break the chair.
It's position.
You're going to break the chair. You're going to break it. No, please don't break my chair. Oh, God.
He was so giving him a Turkish haircut.
Yeah, give you a little Turkish.
Yeah.
Podcast teaser, by the way. If you watch the podcast, Fear and we had. Are we telling them who our guest is?
Yeah, I already did.
Phineas.
I already leaked it.
Phineas. That's right.
He's not excited for us to be here. He invited us on, and now he's
No. I'm pull a chair. I'll undo the.
Let me just hop over.
No,
Hi, everyone.
Bro, there's a one chair right there, and there's another chair right there. That's what
I'm saying.
Pull a chair, and then we can.
No, I'm comfy.
You didn't even compliment my outfit today.
Yeah, it's great. You have a great outfit.
You didn't compliment my outfit. You know who did? Will Neff.
Yeah,
I did.
Mm-hmm. He did. Well, he complimented for both of us. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Oh, Marshy's here too. Oh, the whole Fear and crew.
Yeah. Well, minus someone.
Bye.
Minus QT Cinderella. They're so loud. Is it?
Make this quick aside. Will and I got a busy day.
I know. I mean, there's nothing. I just.
So what's going on Saturday? Fun day.
Wow, you seem sad.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm just. I'm a little overwhelmed right now.
Why?
Because there's a lot going on.
Is there a lot of things happening?
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the world, but that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about like there's a lot going on with you guys.
Oh,
are you overstimulated?
We overstimulated you?
Oh no, we need to.
You stimulated me a little bit, but it's all good.
Okay.
Why don't you pull a fucking chair?
Is this making you uncomfortable?
It's making me a little uncomfortable that you guys are just not simply pulling one chair. There's another one. Yeah, just there it is.
Fine.
There it is. All right.
Fine.
They're loud as fuck. Wait, really? All right, I'll lower their audio a little bit. I'll readjust their audio.
Come on.
Will's mic is blown out. Okay, I lowered it. Now you can. Now it's probably better. That's why I'm stressed, because then people freak out over it. Like, people freak out over the minutia.
All right, we got to go, bud.
I think it was one of my favorite podcasts that we did.
No, it was an
good.
excellent episode.
very
You
good.
just don't
It was
want to miss out
incredible.
on it.
It was incredible. What are you guys doing later today?
We're going shopping.
To the Glad Awards.
Because Will and I are hosting the Glad Awards.
Austin, what's the
red
Glad
carpet.
Awards?
Oh, Hassan,
Austin, say what Glad is.
this is the craziest. The gay, lesbian.
Don't.
I'm dyslexic,
Don't.
so I forget.
Don't.
Okay. No, it is.
No.
You're putting me in. I've forgotten my own siblings' names under pressure before.
Okay. Uh-huh.
So
2 A's.
yeah, no, I know. Gay,
Uh-huh.
lesbian,
Uh-huh.
and I keep getting it mixed up with another something. D is for defamation.
Defense forces.
Yeah, that's right. It's really good for our look. All right. Look, I'm under pressure. I'm sweating. I don't. You know me. When I get a script in front of me,
Yeah, it's out the window.
I can't read the lines.
It's out the window.
Right? So anyway, we're doing the Glad Awards, red carpet, hosting the.
So you're hosting a Glad Awards, but you don't know
the
what
red
Glad is.
Are you kidding me, Hassan? That's crazy. What? I bet you don't even know what the hell it is. I'm quizzing you. What is it? Come
He
on.
knows what it is.
What is it? He has no idea.
It's the Gay Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation,
That's
which is
what I. That's
That is
which is
correct.
why
That is
which is
correct.
why
Which is
I literally corrected you earlier today.
No.
A couple hours ago, but
No.
this time I did it off
No,
camera.
no.
And I thought that we could at least,
This is what's crazy.
I told you what the definition was literally 2 hours
know,
ago.
but
off camera.
I remember. It's just hard for me to remember things. It's just
He's
really hard.
dyslexic.
Exactly.
Which,
Exactly.
his dyslexia manifests itself in a very different way
Yes.
than mine.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't remember things.
Yeah, Will is actually dyslexic and he can say it.
Okay, maybe I'm describing dementia. One of the two I've got, okay? And that's why I can't remember it.
Okay.
All right?
Uh-huh. Got it. Okay.
Concerning.
Anyway.
That's cool. Yeah, I did this so that he could come across as though he knows what he's talking
Why would
about.
you put me on the spot like that?
I didn't think you would be on the spot. I'm not gonna lie.
I can't, like, you could ask me, like, I forgot it already.
That's crazy.
I thought that this would not be on the spot for you.
I just
this was
know-
an alley-oop.
Well, you know what? Just give me something that you think is a home run and I'll flop.
It's all good.
I'm the least clutch person you know.
No, you're clutch.
Depends on what I'm doing. If I'm drunk, I'm clutch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you throw me up on stage with a few shots of tequila,
Yeah.
and I'm on.
Okay.
I think I understand why people drink. You know, I really
look at
do.
this. Look at this ad that my haters have made about my new merch that just came out. When you were partying, I studied dialectical materialism. When you were getting married and starting a family, I mastered the socialist grift. They're doing free promos for me now. I love it.
I'm not an
Where did you get
alcoholic.
the sword from?
It's right there. One of my many swords.
One of my many.
I studied the blade, man. I studied the freaking blade,
You know,
dog.
That's crazy.
I think you have definitely improved the lighting in here for sure.
I think so.
It's
yeah.
much better.
It
It's
wasn't
much
me.
softer.
It was David.
Yeah, you
He's
did
the one.
you did a good job.
Well,
and we
it's-
can see our bodies now. I think it's it's much improved.
There's also this one too, which is boom. I mean, this one.
wow, that's
pretty
amazing.
good.
That's pretty good.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Wow, that's really good.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
So what's on the agenda today, Hassan?
On the agenda today, we're going to be talking about the AOC and Bernie rally and its popularity and what that spells for the future of the Democratic Party. We'll, of course, be talking about a bunch of stuff that's going on around the world in the United States of America. And then I have a bunch of fun reacts that I'm going to be doing, some of which is conspiracy theory related.
Nice.
Others that are, videos.
About how there was a race of large people on Mars that came and built the pyramids.
Dude, I have been hearing a lot about... I've been
large
hearing a lot about the pylons underneath the pyramids.
Yeah.
That's like the new conspiracy meta. Everyone's talking about the pylons that are, underground underneath the pyramids that are like 2 kilometers deep or some shit. I love that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the giants or the aliens, whatever.
Must be fun to just be a conspiracy theorist.
Dude, you're just...
Okay, what the fuck? I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I keep scrolling Twitter and there's like a fucking dead picture of John F. Kennedy on my fucking timeline.
Yeah, because
What the
JFK
fuck
Files
is
got
going on?
released recently.
Yeah, but why? What the hell's the point of seeing his dead face on my timeline?
Well, that's how
I
you
don't
know-
want to see it.
That's how you know it was real. How else are you going to know it was real? Actually, JFK wasn't assassinated.
True.
Yeah, his head just did that.
Okay.
Yeah. And
see.
he's not even dead. That was a fake Kennedy. The
Got
real
it.
Kennedy's alive. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the point. That's why people are posting that photo to be like, yeah, he's alive. So is Elvis.
Oh yeah. No, for sure.
All these guys.
What conspiracy theories are you talking about?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
It's not even conspiracy theories. It's just like CIA history videos that I've been meaning to watch from this one channel. That's really good. That talks about like a bunch of CIA operations around the world that were very damaging to those countries. But yeah,
Oh,
other
the
than
Hitler
that,
conspiracy one.
Before we go, have you seen the NVIDIA robot yet?
no. What is that?
Type that in. Pull that up for me, Jamie.
All right, hold on. Wouldn't JFK be like 100 now? No, dude. He also has a serum, so he survives.
Type in NVIDIA Disney robot. Yes. This thing is cute.
Oh, this is the one?
Very
These little
cute.
droids are different than other robots
Oh,
I've
look at
tested
that.
because they're designed
Look
and
at him.
trained by Disney to be cute. And that
He doesn't
is a
look like he's going to
surprisingly big
enslave
deal
us
for-
all and end up.
But it will end up doing that though.
I mean,
like
he's gonna do that, but like at least we're getting destroyed
yeah.
by
of
cute
robotics.
robots.
These droids aren't
These
autonomous.
things.
They're operated using this controller. But I'm not telling it exactly how to do that. The way that it responds comes from its training. Using ducklings as inspiration, the engineers created a bunch of animations that told these robots how to walk or jump or dance. Then they put digital versions of the robot into a simulation, where they're rewarded for performing those movements and sticking as close as possible to the original animation.
who I think-
After
what
the
robots I
get
think are
tons of
cute
reps in
is the little
digital world,
delivery
they upload the
robots.
training to real
do you?
prototypes.
Yeah, you know there's in Los Angeles or other major cities. There's these delivery robots.
do you think they're cute? They put 2 eyes on it. Just
Yeah, I
to,
think
like,
they're cute. I'm like, oh, and then like
I don't know
mean,
why I want to kick them. Is that fucked up?
Speak on that.
I've
Ken.
seen-
No, I mean I don't want to say it out loud because then when the robots come in and become our next overlords, they'll remember
They're
that.
keeping a tally. They're
Yeah.
keeping a
I
tally.
saw one get hit by a car, which made me so sad. It threw its, I don't know what it was. Maybe it'd been overworked, but it threw itself in the middle of traffic and just got absolutely.
You think the robot committed suicide?
Yeah.
The robot had a death wish.
I don't know. It made me
Amazing.
It made me very sad though.
It delivered one too many Long John Silvers when it was ready to go.
Yeah. I don't know. I think
That
they're
stuff
cute.
freaks me out because, like, dude, there's so much stuff like that we just had no say on. Obviously, like the robot AI delivery mechanisms are not that damaging overall, but like the full self-driving Tesla stuff. Have you guys heard about this? Mark Rober, who's a former NASA guy and a huge YouTube guy now, he's a huge YouTube content creator. He tested out full self-driving, which relies on visual cues and video rather than LiDAR to see like which one was better. And we had full self-driving cars doing FSD out and about. And it turns out they did the Wile E. Coyote test where they basically drew like a tunnel on a wall.
A big wall.
And the fucking Tesla drove into the wall.
Oh, I saw
And I
that.
was thinking like, dude, those cars have been driving around.
The Wile E. Coyote test.
Yeah. Those cars have been driving around out and about. Like, it just makes no sense that,
So
like,
you're telling me if the Roadrunner buys a environmentally conscious vehicle,
He will
Wile E.
finally
Coyote will
die, yeah.
finally kill him?
exactly. And it just,
Do you think
what
that's
is this
why-
shit kind of fooled me in the video? Shit fooled me in the video, not gonna lie, not defending the car. Dude, that's crazy. This guy's like, well, I thought it was a real road too.
Wow. Do you think that's why they shelved Wile E. Coyote versus Acme? Here we go. Warner Brothers. Do you think that's why they shelved Wile E. Coyote versus Acme? Here we go. Warner Brothers.
Here we go. Holy shit!
So it just didn't stop.
No, it didn't read it as a. There was a fake person on the other side, and it ran right through that too. Yeah, there's that. There's that. There's also when it rains, the Tesla visuals don't pick up like if there's any sort of density around a human. Tesla visuals don't see a human there.
Oh.
So like,
Oh, so if you're
We need
wearing
to-
a big puffy jacket, you're
We need to throw
Toast.
some echolocation in there.
R word finder, digging yourself a deeper hole. R word. Enjoy the lawsuit. 30,000 likes.
what the fuck is this?
Dude, it's Twitter, man. This is just how it is. This is my whole life now. It's crazy.
That's sad. What you just said is sad.
Oh,
That makes me
Apparently, it also deactivated just before the hit so that it doesn't show as a FSD crash. That's crazy. That's another thing that I wanted to watch. I just think it's insane, especially because like
wonder-
obviously the fact that this exists is one thing, but the fact that the federal government or the local governments have totally just been like, yeah, you can beta test this shit. And the fact that people paid in to put themselves in harm's way like this, and the fact that other random individual citizens who did not pay into this FSD testing, beta testing situation are just like potential victims is insane to me.
Yeah, I remember doing other Wile E. Coyote tests as a kid. Like I would try and walk off things and not look down and see if I stayed airborne.
Did you?
No, unfortunately not.
Yeah.
But this is really speaking to the child in me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's terrifying. But yeah, that's the thing I wanted to watch. And then of course, like everyone is literally defending Tesla. They're defending Tesla, and they're talking about how Mark Rober is fraudulent and all this stuff.
I just want to say, Hasan and I have been anti-Tesla from the jump.
Yeah, because of our Austin, Texas.
Even when it was popular to like Tesla,
I didn't like Tesla.
Hasan and I have been shitting on Tesla. I've been shitting on Tesla ever since I drove one.
Yeah.
You know?
People are saying it's debunked, that they debunked it. They debunked Mark Rober. A video explaining Tesla in more details. It doesn't make it better, but it debunks a few misconceptions. Okay, well.
I never loved Tesla. I've never have. And look, if you bought one, that's fine.
Well, Will has one.
No, I mean, come on.
But
I mean, Will's
you've
Will.
always been jealous because my car is so much faster than your guys.
Well, it definitely,
that is true.
Yeah,
your car
is
is
faster.
infinitely
Well, it goes
faster.
like
now I know if there are any Wile E. Coyotes around, I'm cooked.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, Will's car's the fastest, followed by my cars, both of them, and then Hasan.
Sure, fine. That's, now you do have an e-tron, so technically you are correct.
And then my gas car.
No, your gas car's not faster.
It's definitely faster.
It's not
than Hasan's.
faster. It's not faster.
My favorite thing to do with Hasan is bring up things that I'm better at than him that he doesn't give a shit about.
I don't care.
I think it really it drives him nuts that he doesn't care, but the fact that
It's
he
untrue.
doesn't care and it's not true makes him care.
Yes.
So I'll just say some shit like, yeah, he's not good at that.
You've exposed my.
He just doesn't care.
No, you've exposed my biggest weakness is like whenever someone. That's what pisses me off the most. Whenever someone will literally come to me with something incorrect, like genuinely incorrect, even if it's something that I just don't give a shit about at all, I can't let it go. I will literally drive the issue into the fucking ground. It's my biggest weakness. And that's why all these goddamn trolls, they get to me so much. Yeah. They always do this.
We do a little trolling.
Like
to do a little trolling.
Yeah.
I think I want to trade my Tesla in for a Nissan Skyline,
A Skyline.
like an old one, like the boxy ones.
Dude, aren't they also, wait, hold on. Nissan is trying to do a GTR electric.
Oh,
I think. Let's see. Yeah, they are.
Oh, that's it. That's the next car right there. There's no way there's a fascist who's making that also.
Dude, look at
What are the chances that I buy two cars and find out that they're both run by fascists?
look at it's also the old one.
Oh my god, I'm gonna put some underlights on that and a big anime girl on the hood.
Oh
It's gonna
yeah.
be so cool. Put some anime titties on that.
Yeah.
Come on, talk to me.
That hood is that's prime real
Begging
estate.
for
Sometimes
anime
I
titties.
love that. Sometimes I fantasize about being a straight man. Like I'm not a straight man, but like cosplaying as one.
Oh well, this would be a
Like just like
I would have a femboy.
have just
so.
like like a hot chick, a big
Well, you
poster.
can get some yaoi on there.
Okay, just like I don't know. I just like I fantasize about it.
Do
Like
you read any yaoi?
no,
Do you know what yaoi is?
no.
You might be into it.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Well, do that with the R34 and I start to blow some dick.
At least I have one chatter who sees the vision.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think
I'm
this
gonna,
is so
I'm gonna
sick.
find out who that. I'm gonna personally dox that chatter and show up at their house with my R34 with anime titties and be like, "Well, I'm here for the song."
Yeah. I'm here to blow
You
some dick.
promised.
I'm here to blow some dick, please.
Hi, I'm streamer Will Neff. I showed up at your home. I'm here for my blowing.
Should we watch this? Can you fool a self-driving car? It's 18 minutes long. I know you guys got to leave
I
soon.
think we have
The
to.
18 minutes and Hasan
we
minutes.
got-
That's
we-
like 3 hour
we
video.
gotta go.
Okay, you guys got to go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We just
well,
want to say hi.
We just
and
want to say
check on
hi.
you.
We haven't been on
thanks
stream
for.
in a while.
I know. Thanks for
the
coming
invite.
on. The GTR has a video. Okay, here, watch this then before you. Here's the.
I'm about to blow some dick.
Just double suck off.
There's nothing funnier to me than violent undertaking.
30年後もしくは100年後の人たちに内燃機関車を運転して楽しんでよっていうのをなんとかして残したい、そういう活動を有志を募って始めたっていうのが入り口ですね。
Ambush suck.
I think that these cars do need to have.
Holy shit.
They need to have noise though. I think they need to do fake noise.
That's the biggest problem with me in an EV. I'm a simple man.
We can just put a JBL speaker on the outside and put
出力をタイヤにどうやって伝えるのかっていうこのドライブという
Like, and you can bass boost it too, like as though you have you took off the limiter or whatever it's called.
Just make it sound like your car is farting.
Yeah.
の領域を入社以来かなり中心にやってきています。最近ではe-force と言っている
Like that kind of EV, this kind of EV is so lame.
それからエクストレイルも e-force
Like I
なんで
hate
すけども、
the
そういう領域
bubble
を担当
cars,
し
you
てま
know,
す。
but I want to see like old classics being remastered.
Minority
2つ要素がある
Report
と思ってい
fucked
て、
it all up for
一
us.
つ
They were
は
just trying to
圧倒
clone
的
those
な速さ。
cars.
それからもう一個は運転して楽しいと。絶対的な速さがもしなかったとしてもやっぱり運転すると楽しいっていう味があって、そこを
Yes.
モーター駆動でどこまで再現できるかっていうのをチャレンジしたってことですね。
I don't know if it's a concept. A lot of these guys like tickle you with the
I
concept.
need it now.
It's annoying that
I need it immediately.
ハードウェアとして、アルサーミを電動化するっていうのは思ったより大変でした。
No, they're going to show you that it's, they're going to show you what they did.
Oh, it's in English. I thought, oh, they're just, okay. English subtitles.
They take the R34 and then they reassemble it and put a fucking EV battery in it.
If anybody has one of these or can do this process, I'll pay for it.
It says there's no plans to commercialize it.
Son of a bitch!
Yeah.
You could do it yourself, though.
The problem, R32, sorry, not R34. There's the problem with these concept cars that like you need to at least like be a car guy, I think, to be able to deal with this because there's going to be issues.
Doesn't it fuck with the center of gravity and things of that nature with where they put the battery, change the physics of the car?
No, when they
I'm not a genius or anything, but I'm
when
just
they
thinking,
resto mod it, they obviously account for that.
well, I mean, I think it's a good
No,
question to ask.
No, you're right.
Right?
You're not wrong.
Like when they redid the 737, they redid the Max.
Okay,
they changed the size of the engines.
Austin,
and they changed the center of gravity of the plane, which is what led to MCAS and that tragedy. That,
he wanted to just say he knows plane stuff. That's the reason why he brought this up.
Yeah.
At first I thought, I was going to say, Austin, if you have these concerns, don't you think car engineers have also thought about them?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Well, clearly Boeing didn't think about it, right?
Yeah, but this is this is entirely different there.
Hey, this is
Anyway.
a sin that you have not opened these yet.
No, I have. Oh, no, I did open them. I used them.
They are the best fidget toys.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, let me
で
see.
きるっていうのは現時点考えてきて
We
ます。
gotta go, Hassan.
で我々自身として
Okay, here.
Oh my god.
Click.
Whoa.
Dude, go back to the fucking boxy. Back when cars were cars.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I agree. Like, I that's what I want.
閉めますよ。はい、よいしょ。
Hiroshi Kato.
Oh my god.
He was almost about to complain about the instrument panel.
Deja vu. I've just been to this place before.
Oh, wow. They need to add noise to it, though.
Yeah, I wish there was engine noise. You need to have engine noise, man.
We're doing boners right now.
Wait, this is a lot more boring than I kind of like the one with the engine better.
Are you gonna play Deja Vu? So smart.
パドルでの駆動力の変化はどうですか？
Yeah, this is the most technical and perhaps boring way of showcasing this concept car by having like I assume he's like an old race car driver or something. Just quietly drive this,
Safely.
no music, and just be like, so what did you think about the driving force? Like, it is crazy to me. This is the most Japanese video I've ever seen.
All right.
Classic.
We're out of here.
Well, yeah.
All right, thanks, boys. Have fun. And yeah, I'll see you later.
What? Rings.
Kyle, why you...
It gives Wii vibes for no reason. What's the fidget toy? I'll show you in a second. But yeah, all right. We're back. We're back on our usual bullshit, okay? Attention chat, if you haven't watched a single HasanAbi stream but still have an opinion, then congrats, you qualify to be a Fox News host. Meanwhile, real ones are here getting educated and mauling together. Capitalism is cringe, pay your taxes, stop simping for billionaires, and most importantly, lick Hassan's pits or get banned. That is a psychotic, an absolutely psycho copy pasta. You have, once again, upped the ante, chatters. All right, we'll talk about all this stuff. Hold on. Where is it? All right, let me blast off real quick. Okay. All right. Light news. AOC and Bernie. Momentum. What does it mean for the Dems? Hogwatch. COPWATch. TikTok. Sigma. Grindset. Influencer. Watch. It's weird seeing this man go live on my YouTube watcher. Welcome to the live stream. It's a very different experience. Okay. AC shadows continued later. Yeah. Israeli civil war. Fingers crossed. Who's the guest today? No, there is no guest today. There was a guest on the podcast. Trump supports our dictator Erdogan, secular Turkish opponents. People resist the dictator, be a voice for us. Do we have a blast off meme? I'm going to talk about the Turkish stuff too. Don't worry. Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? Whatever happened to the treadmill? Bringing it back? No. It's back there somewhere. I don't use it. One of the merch memes? Sure. Brother, it's 1:30 blast off meme expired. Why? What is your deadlift max? I don't know. My lifetime PR is high. Where do you get your frames? All over. These are Gentle Giant though. Or Gentle Giant? Gentle Monster? All right, thank you for the bleach meme. That's a good one. All right, I'm gonna use that one. When are you gonna play Safe Lane Slark again? I don't know what that is. All right, we're blasting off. We're blasted. You're so weeb, Lamau. Tacos El Gordo, smash or pass? Smash. It was incredible. I loved it. I'm gonna talk about Elon banning accounts. AC Shadows reached 2 million sales within 3 days. Please check on her boy Grums. Make sure he's not posting a 9-year-old character he wants to wife up again. Yeah, it's all of our efforts in advertising that have caused Assassin's Creed to skyrocket in popularity. Doing another hashtag ad today, baby. Let's go. Why y'all spamming the link? What do you mean? Brace posting has been giving me life. Mom of Data Republican. Okay, here's the deal. As a mother of someone who benefited from special ed, I absolutely trust the states to provide for kids that need extra help. I absolutely trust the states to provide the kids that need extra help. The ADA requires that they have equal access. Some states will obviously do a better job than others, but that is already the case. Some states do a better job in education, period. We absolutely do not need to throw money at the Federal Department of Education. Brace responds, my shit is rancid and you are so ancient that ADA laws may straight up not even be enough, lol. If we slip up and hit raw due to passion or mojito, our kid will need this. Reconsider. Brace has been going on a tear as the reply guy who is like insanely horny. He's been presenting himself as an insanely horny reply guy and also actively posting in like the craziest right-wing accounts, right-wing communities. And he's been on a generational run on Twitter. This is so me. Scientists explaining importance of good sleep. Me at 3 a.m. watching him explain. The reason you're up at 3 a.m. is because of anxiety. I was recently listening to a Doechii song about this. She fucking nails it. I've been having 3 beers in the hour before bed to chill out and help me get to sleep quicker. Try this. Being a bud tender that actually cares about the industry and the science of cannabis, hearing what's your highest percent sativa that won't make me anxious 30 times a day, making me pull my hair out. This is why I moved on from all that shit and sell snow. Someone acts like this, I put a little Fetty in, and lights out. No prisoners, lol. Oh, you going to jail. I'll do it in jail too, lol. Which was the one where he was talking about Planet of Memes. If you enjoy my content and would like to support this account, consider becoming a subscriber for just $3 a month. I appreciate all who's become subscribers so far. I'll give you 5,000 to start drinking again. Maybe that will help this bullshit streak you've been on. Content fucking sucks now. You fucking suck now. I used to think that I would do anything for you. Now I think I would do anything to you. The one with the lady, the one with the Republican in front of the Tesla is perhaps the most insane one I've seen anyone ever type out. I think this is this the one? What is this? I sometimes desolatorily masturbate to video interviews you do, but oftentimes find it difficult due to your webcam quality, e.g. attached picture. You are my favorite writer thinker, but some stuff needs a major upgrade. Camera off. I can do it to just audio or AI image. A real freak. Oh, this one I responded to. Yeah, pretty snazzy car at Elon Musk, says Virginia Fox, Congresswoman Virginia Fox, representing North Carolina's 5th District. He responds with sleek, curvy, sexy. I'd do anything to get in and never get out, even if it died on me in a year or two. The Tesla ain't half bad either. He's lost his mind. He is just, there's that clown account that he responds to apparently was like quitting drinking, and he's just been telling him to start drinking again over and over again. He's going back to the old ways, you know, at a time when you could have some fun online anonymously, even though he's not anonymous. Okay. Piss Pig is back. Yeah. Comedy is legal again, except until they decide it's not legal, because most likely because of what Brace has been doing, you know? Why are you glorifying guns? Because I got them, baby. Fuck you mean? All right. Did you see what they caught David Shore saying? Oh, here's the one that I was talking about. 7 days sober. Drinking in your 40s isn't worth it. Time to do things differently. Unfortunately, it is too late to stop. Irreparable damage to liver. Kidneys likely shot. Relationships ruined. The rest of your life will be miserable. You will never have fun again. The drink is gone, but you will remain a burden to those in your life. Miss me yet? He's going insane mode. What is this? Secretary of Education Linda McMahon. I love her. I love this, but some friendly advice. Vince McMahon shits on women. I have to wonder if he took a dump on her. There was a lot of that stuff in the lawsuits. She isn't him, but she was with him a long time. I wonder if it happened. It's distracting. What is this? W. Mike and Jack. I sometimes wish you were W. Brace. You will grow tired of seeing your reflection in your bald husband's degraded pate. He will succumb soon to whatever sickness that made him look like that, and I will lift up your black veil of grief and blow your mind. Pate? Is it pate or pate? I don't know what that is. What is pate? I don't even know what that word means. My non-verbal autistic cousin catching a snowflake in his hand. I mean, he's basically doing this, by the way. He's just like, he's writing in a way that really pops off on Twitter. Is a really commonplace, unfortunately, on Twitter. That's what he's doing. My non-verbal autistic cousin catching a snowflake in his hand. Pressure. I can only begin to fathom the weight he carries at this moment. Not merely a nation, but the world itself looks to him in expectation. The burden must be immense, although almost unimaginable. People have no self-respect. Like, how are you posting stuff like this with your name associated to it? You know what I mean? It's just like, he got May Musk to post him on Instagram. Wait, what? Was reposted by May on 3/11/25. She's rather elderly and hasn't remarried since Errol. Is it Delulu of me to think that maybe the repost means something? I'm sure lots of guys tag her every day. I feel insane. I can't tell if like there are people who are sincerely replying to him or if it's all also irony posters. You know what I mean? The Clown World account responded to this. Was thinking of ordering some of this. Looks great. Drinking is fucking incredible. There's nothing like it. Nothing can ever replace it. I'll take a shot of that, lol. Oh my God. That's crazy. What is this? You are free to hate Elon Musk, but burning Teslas because you do not is just a crime. It's not just a crime. It's an act of political intimidation and should be treated as such. Straight up, you are one of the strangest looking individuals I have ever seen. It makes me sick, but banger thoughts and tweets like this keep me coming back like a hummingbird. Sip, sip, sip, nectar of knowledge. I can't get enough of you. I love Tesla. All right. Enough Elon posting. Enough Brace posts, okay? Why do people want it to be terrorism to dislike a car company? Because we live in very interesting times. Okay, I got it. Pate, not pronounced pate, is the bald spot on the top of your noggin. I got it. Thank you. Thank you, chatters, who have been correcting me nonstop. All right. I want to do... This is awesome. Am I forgetting anything? I cannot believe how much this man has captivated Twitter. It's crazy. Let's get started on the YouTuber car. Or I guess like we'll get started on the news first and foremost. AOC and Bernie have been drawing big crowds, bigger than Donald Trump and bigger than they ever had. And I want to talk about what that means for the future of the Democratic Party if they will pay attention to what's going on here.
Stars in the progressive left movement drew big crowds in Colorado today.
After hosting a rally at UNC in Greeley, Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez moved on to Civic Center Park in Denver. And that's where we find 9 News reporter Ria Jaw. Ria, the crowd was certainly energized tonight.
Yeah, people started showing up 3 hours in advance. A line just to get in wrapped around the entire block of Civic Center Park. And we spoke to people while they were showing up about why they came. And they said they were fed up with the current administration and that they needed to hear a message like this.
34,000 people showed up. Bernie's not running for anything. This is not an election campaign. Okay. And yet, there are more people attending these events than even when Bernie was doing election rallies, when he was on a ticket, when he was running in the primaries. Like, it is crazy. If the Democrats don't recognize that the people demand more from them after all of this, I don't know what to tell you. If the Democrats don't recognize that, like, this is the way to show, this is probably the last for the people that think the Democratic Party is over. I totally get where you're coming from. Okay. For the people that are saying enough is enough, we've seen this song and dance many times over. I totally understand where you're coming from. I do. Okay. I don't have any confidence in the Democratic Party. I don't think that they have any real interest. I don't think that they have any real genuine interest in improving people's lives. Okay. And I don't think that they are going to take note of what Bernie Sanders and AOC are doing right now, specifically Bernie Sanders initially. But this is basically the lifeline. This is basically the lifeline. Can you explain why leftists on Twitter are mad at Bernie in your replies lately? A couple different reasons. One, there's the contingency of MAGA communists that are upset that, you know, are saying that the real pathway towards revolutionary politics comes from being on board with fascism. Those guys are deluded. The other contingency of Twitter leftists are mad because they're mad all the time. They're Twitter leftists. And some of the reasons why they're mad are totally valid. Like Bernie Sanders's, in my opinion, horrible approach to the genocide in Gaza. His lackluster approach where AOC outflanked him. Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib obviously outflanked him a long time ago. There are a lot of valid reasons to criticize Bernie Sanders on the issue of foreign policy. Voting for Marco Rubio as the head of the State Department. That's a horrible legacy that you'll be leaving behind. Some people are perhaps a little bit cynical in the way that they analyze the situation. Understandably, I'm not discounting that there are real valid concerns here where people think that Bernie is sheepdogging the new wave of progressives back into the Democratic Party in an effort to silence any kind of revolutionary potential. And I think that is another concern that people have. How the fuck are we cynical? Bernie is a cynical one. He doesn't give a single fuck about a single Palestinian. No, I'm saying that the anger that people feel towards Bernie Sanders with respect to his diminished response to the atrocities seen in Gaza is not a cynical criticism. I said that was the approach. Like, I understand why people are mad about that. I said that was valid. I also have genuine disagreements with Bernie Sanders on this. So the idea that all of the criticism is invalid is incorrect. I've never said that. Okay, I have not. That is something that I categorize as valid criticism. There are also cynical criticisms from people who just like are MAGA communists or whatever. You know what I mean? That's it. Having said that, I think in the interest of charitability, the way I've approached this, the way I see the situation, and if people yell at me for I guess, quote unquote, platforming Bernie or whatever, I don't really care about that. I mean, you guys are just yelling into the wind. Who gives a shit? You're just farting into the wind. No one will even smell it. If anything, they're platforming me. Okay. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, certainly, but you can't really platform a senator, especially one that ran for president, or one of the most popular or infamous, depending on your political perspective, congresspersons in the United States right now. So on that front, I think those people are wrong, but it doesn't really matter. I don't really pay close attention to that stuff. Having said that, in the interest of being as charitable as possible, I think this is the last lifeline for the Democrats. Under our current existing duopoly, this is the last exit ramp for the Democratic Party to dramatically restructure its attitude, to dramatically restructure its policies, to actually build a strong base of support against the Republican administration's policy agenda as they actively dismantle the administrative state. And I think the reason why they're doing this is to show both the media, mainstream media, and also show the Democratic Party that there is a different way out of this. That if they continue with their third way neoliberalism, that they will not be able to ever defend the future of this country, and they will not be able to ever win ever again. And I think, I don't think it'll be successful, but I do think that that is what they're trying to do. And as I've said, one thing that they should be doing, in my opinion, if I had a magic wand, or if I could like get in Bernie's ear, and I guess like add some notes, even though who the fuck am I, right? He's been doing this for a lot longer than I have. My note on this would be to try to mobilize around individual issues that you care about. Mobilize around, like, not just organize and not just do an awareness campaign, but instead mobilize around specific issues and get all of these people to show up for specific issues. It's fine to do these kinds of massive rallies as well, but I think it's important to also, do one of these sorts of rallies outside of like the detention center where Mahmoud Khalil is being held, right? To talk about how damaging it is that the Trump administration is revoking the legal permanent residency of someone over free speech grounds. And how terrifying that is for the future of this country, how fascist it is. I think that is a show of force that goes along with your agenda, that goes along with your message, that also has a little bit of momentum behind it, that could potentially strike fear in the heart of this administration. And that's my attitude on this. I think you could do a two-parter. Yeah, Daniel Denver also is of the same mind here. Bernie and Andrews should rally at Columbia against the repression. I think that's a fantastic opportunity. And I think that that's what they should be doing. And by the way, what they're doing right now, to give credit to a horrible monster, what they're doing right now is what the right has been doing with a lot of AstroTurf movements specifically. It's like what Marjorie Taylor Greene does. It's what Trump has been doing. So do more of it, but for good things, right? That's my attitude. I think it would be very smart to take all of this momentum and then try to use that discontent to make real, tangible changes. I think he's sticking to economic policies, hence the focus on oligarchy and workers. They're not going to rally around Palestine or Khalil. Yeah, except there is also a workers' rights issue there as well. Also, free speech is a fundamental value that protects workers anyway, or is supposed to protect workers in theory. What do you mean? In terms of Colombia, there is a really fantastic opportunity to drive home that message that Grant Minor, who was the leader of the Student Workers Union in Columbia University, who is Jewish himself, and also was studying, I think it was like Jewish classics, like medieval literature, specifically focusing on Jewish literature. That person was fired by Columbia for negotiating with Columbia a union contract, and also simultaneously unenrolled from Columbia in the process. It's completely ridiculous if you think that there is no There's no workers' rights in this conversation. There's no economic focus on this conversation. Yeah, Iberian focus, Muslim, Christian, Jewish. Thank you. Yeah, Grant Minor got expelled as the head of the Columbia Student Union. He's Jewish. He was one of the student activists on campus as well. And that's part of what they use to dislodge him from this position, to undermine the potential bargaining power that the Columbia Student Labor Union has. It is completely unacceptable. So it's a lot of this noise is only as important as you make it. And in terms of like what people are saying online, right? It's only as important as you think it is. So there's no reason for you at any point to give it any additional power. Just remember, it's just noise. Okay? So when you see people that are, you don't have to be charitable to Bernie, you know, you could be ruthlessly critical and still not be disrespectful. Wait, what? Ruthlessly critical? I think I am fairly critical of Bernie Sanders. Maybe it's just not up to your standard. I think Bernie Sanders' opinion on specifically Gaza post-October 7 is something that I have regularly criticized Bernie on, especially considering that he was leading the charge and moving the needle in the direction of anti-Zionist thought as a formative and very popular political figure in the United States of America. He was usually at the cutting edge talking about cutting funding to Israel before many other congresspersons ever even entertained the thought. He ran on it in 2016, and now he's completely outflanked by other congresspersons. It's unacceptable. But I think constantly having a back and forth over that is utterly unproductive. The reason why it is utterly unproductive is because I understand why you would want to. I understand why you would want to push Bernie into a more firmly established anti-Zionist position. But he's 800 years old. There's a likelihood that he's never going to get there. Okay, the way I talk about this is always the same. It's like you got Chuck Schumer on the one hand, so my battle is with him. My battle is not with someone who I agree with on virtually everything, and have a significant disagreement on because they're not sufficiently anti-Israel. My battle is with the likes of Chuck Schumer and the Republican Party, right? It's with Elisa Slotkin. It's not with like the few people that actually do try to criticize Israel to the best of their ability, but while still being severely limited in their criticisms, and leave much more room for offering charity to this apartheid state that is doing a genocide. Chuck Schumer and Bernie have zero daylight between them, regardless of Israel and Gaza. Yeah, I mean, you're wrong. That's just, sorry, you're just insanely wrong. That is psychotic. This is Twitter brain rot. But the distinction on this doesn't even matter at the end of the day. Like, I'm doing the thing again where I'm like seemingly defending Bernie Sanders or anything like that, where it's like, I'm not on this issue. There's no defense of Bernie Sanders, but you're wrong. And now my neurodivergence is causing me to course correct because you're just fundamentally wrong. And it's most likely a foolhardy endeavor because you've made up your mind on a delusional statement already. I used to say this about AOC as well. AOC, especially in terms of foreign policy, makes a lot of genuine mistakes, like fairly significant ones, or associating themselves with a dying movement within the party, right? We forget weirdly enough, that we must, one, be ruthless to systems, but be kind to people, as Michael Jamal Brooks, rest in power, used to say. Okay? But we are also endlessly more cynical about people that are closest to us in ideological positioning. It's very strange. We do it all the time. I try not to do it to the best of my ability. I fall into that trap too. It feels more, I mean, it has more impact when someone you expect to know better, like Bernie Sanders, doesn't do the right thing in times where doing the right thing is absolutely necessary. Like demonstrating moral courage is absolutely a necessity. I get it. I understand why it feels different when you hear from someone that you admire, right? But if you make a statement like, you know, there's no daylight between Bernie Sanders and Chuck Schumer. I mean, here's Chuck Schumer.
The view of Palestinians is simple. Well, the Europeans treated the Jews badly, culminating in the Holocaust, and they gave them our land as compensation. Of course, we say it's our land. The Torah says it. But they don't believe in the Torah. So that's the reason there is not peace. They invent other reasons, but they do not believe in a Jewish state. And that is why we in America must stand strong with Israel through thick and thin. We must, because that is the...
Like, this is the minority leader in the Senate for the Democratic Party. What a psychopathic thing to say. It's just utterly unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. What the fuck do you mean? Oh, the Torah. Get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? Oh, the Quran told me that we need to re-implement a caliphate, and the Jews don't want that. So I say, you know, we have to support any kind of implementation of the caliphate. Like, if I were to run around saying stuff like that, you'd be like, what do you mean? What you want to do ISIS? Like, I don't understand. This is why I always say people who love Israel literally fucking behave as though they are ISIS supporters. And because there's a lot of institutional backing for that kind of sentiment, like, it's as though so many people, especially like, this is a Jewish American who has retained the highest office that any Jewish American has ever had. Think about that. Think about what that means, right? As a Jewish American in the highest office that any American Jew has ever had in the United States of America, you stand on the stage at AIPAC and you basically present the Jewish version of ISIS and you associate it with Judaism. And you think that this is like a positive association. It's so psychotic. I'm sure it's positive in that crowd, but that is a psychotic thing to say out loud. Maybe it's because as a dude whose name is Hassan, living in post 9/11 America, I just cannot ever wrap my head around how people would offensively use this kind of association as a positive in broad daylight, educating Americans on this false conflation that Israel is Judaism and Judaism is Israel over and over again at a time when many Americans are waking up to the reality that maybe Israel is not great. It's so short-sighted. Even if you don't care about like the genocide, it's so fucking short-sighted in terms of self-preservation. You are so dumb for doing a dual loyalty trope, but wokely, thinking that like Americans are not going to respond to that, thinking that Americans are not going to respond to that negatively and be like, okay, well, you taught me that this is for the Jews and it's because of the Torah. Now I'm believing a whole bunch of Nazi shit. Yes, I know this was in 2018, chatters. I know this is an old clip. It doesn't change the dynamic at all, and it doesn't change the reality of it. He still has these opinions. What are you talking about?
Reason, not any of these other false shibboleths, why there is not peace in the Middle East. Too many people don't understand that here in America.
Do you get it? Do you understand? Schumer was already getting his wish a decade before even a single rocket was fired. To this day, Israel justifies carrying out preemptive strike and starting the 1967 war based on a partial blockade from Egypt, but Palestinians is apparently just necessary medicine. Yeah. So for people like myself, when I heard this, I was like, that's why I always try to tell people to, like, I guess, be a little bit more charitable, because I know the societal attitude towards Israel until recently. Like, a lot of you guys are very passionate. Many of you just found out about it. And I'm not talking about Palestinians, okay? They obviously were very aware of the situation for their whole lives. But, like, there are many people in the West who are just, like, very, very understandably passionate about the situation because it's a genocide. It's, like, the worst thing you can do. It's the worst crime that you can commit against anyone. And so in that passion, you find yourself taking hardline stances and not understanding the position that certain people have, not giving people grace, and maybe even removing the nuance from the equation. And that's where that conversation takes place, where you're like, Chuck Schumer and Bernie Sanders, there's no daylight between them. No, that's not true. It's just simply not true. Is Bernie Sanders' statement, are Bernie Sanders' statements on Palestine appropriate? No, of course not. Having said that, the position still, my position on this still holds. If every single congressperson had Bernie's attitude, Israel would not be able to do a genocide. Do you see what I mean? Like, imagine a world where every single congressperson had arrived at Bernie Sanders' position on Israel, even if they were like liberal Zionists, which I think Bernie is. He's not an anti-Zionist, right? Like, there's no world in which, like, you imagine like when Bernie pushed for a ceasefire proposal and a bill to stop giving weapons to Israel, because he did that. Instead of having like 17 signatories, imagine if he had 100. Like, that's unimaginable. That's a world that doesn't exist right now. I wish for a future where we look to the likes of Bernie Sanders and we look to the likes of AOC as like moderates. I wish for that future, but that is not where we're at right now. So especially when you're doing politics, especially when you're mobilizing, especially when you're advocating for certain things, you have to remember what the broader audience and their attitudes look like. Having said that, I think Bernie Sanders could be saying a lot more about Israel. I think he does the classic thing where he just like hyper focuses on Benjamin Netanyahu, even though he will at times say that there is like Israel is engaging in morally repugnant behavior. Like, he will openly say that Israel is doing this, not just Benjamin Netanyahu. So he gets it to a certain degree, but I think that there is too much social conditioning, lived experience, and too much, I guess, hope in his mind as a guy who went and saw the kibbutzim, the kibbutz, to fully subscribe to the notion that is the truth, by the way. It's not even a notion. The truth that Israel is a fascist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. You have to recognize that. That is not, I understand why, and that's precisely why I understand why people think this is not like simply a difference that is reconcilable. This is an irreconcilable wrong that must be corrected. Okay?
In front of this crowd, these two didn't need any introduction.
In the hundreds of rallies that I have done, we have never, ever had a rally as large as this.
Thousands of people flooded the Civic Center to see Independent Senator Bernie Sanders and Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, drawn by a sense of urgency, fear, and frustration.
Well, the reason I'm here is I don't like the way this country is going right now.
Even before they spoke, the crowd knew what they were hoping to hear: accountability for the issues they care about.
I'm actually a psychiatric nurse practitioner, and I have so many patients who have Medicaid or Medicare. I'm afraid for the country.
On stage, AOC wasted no time challenging not only Republicans, but her own party.
And this isn't just about Republicans. We need a Democratic Party that fights harder for us, too.
Neither Sanders nor AOC spoke directly to Denver-specific issues like immigration enforcement in the city or the rising cost of living, instead focusing on national themes like raising the minimum wage.
You're a loser and a racist, and all your UR viewers are brain dead. Okay. Yeah. Don't ban this guy. I want to know what they mean when they say I'm a racist. I really want to know.
And taking on billionaires.
Is we will not allow America to become an oligarchy. This nation was built by working people, and we're not going to let a handful of billionaires run the government.
Both leaders finishing off with a reminder to the people: the power is with them.
No, it's not Bernie. Not Bernie. I got bad news for you. It's you.
I want you to look at every level of office around you and support Democrats who actually fight, because those are the ones that can win against Republicans. We are going to get through this.
It was one of many stops across the West this week, and tomorrow they will be in Tucson, Arizona.
Yeah, right now they're in Tucson today.
We're joined by someone who knows all about these issues and has warned about them in film and in politics. Michael Moore, the Oscar-winning filmmaker, has campaigned in previous cycles with Bernie Sanders. He's, of course, an author and a popular Substack columnist. Welcome back.
Did the guy respond about what I'm racist about, or did they just like move on? Did they say anything? No, that's it. Just that I'm a loser and a racist, and my viewers are brain dead. Huh. Interesting.
Thank you, Ari.
Where do you want to begin, Michael? Go ahead.
Oh, wow. Well, first of all, it's great seeing Bernie and AOC out there across the country. And it's starting to feel, I don't know, I should say this, it's way too early to talk about 2028 yet. Everybody's thinking about what we're going to do next year. I believe that Alexandria will be 35 by Inauguration Day in January of 2029. And perhaps historians will see this tour where Bernie and AOC barnstorm the country, oligarchy versus democracy. And that introduced the idea of we need a whole new person, a kind of person in the White House that is going to fight for the people. And while Bernie may think, well, you know, maybe by 2028 he's going to be too old, you can see just how not old he is. It's just been amazing to watch the tour this week, and to think about.
Oh, God, I mean, it's interesting to see. This is a moment of vindication for someone like Michael Moore. It's a moment of vindication for someone like myself as well. But like, I can't help but see the danger ahead, and so close that I can't think about like who's going to run and what their chances are in 2028. You know what I mean? I'm sure he can't either. He basically said that. Anyway, let's continue.
That we have somebody like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to be the voice of, we have two full generations now of millennials and Gen Zers that are mad as hell at the world that they're being handed by the generations before them. And I can't live through another election where people stay home like they stayed home this time. I'm talking about liberal, lefty, Democrats, independents, people that by the millions stayed home on November 5th. And that cost us the election. There's more of us than there are of them. You look at every poll on the issues, the majority of Americans agree with Bernie and me and AOC. And yet millions stayed home. That's on the Democrats. And that has to change. And I'll just say one more thing. What I love about the tour is that Bernie is putting forth the idea that the Democrats have let us down on.
Some people are misunderstanding when I said 2028 is too far away. I heard some chatters going, oh, there's the midterms to worry about, right? And no, that's not what I meant either. Like, we're only 3 months, not even 3 months in. I guess technically 3 months in. We're about to be in our third month of this administration, and look at the situation. Like, we're not making it out. We're not making it out to the midterms, even if things go the way that they're going. And I'm being very serious about this. I'm being very sincere about this. I'm not fear mongering at all. The Trump administration is causing irreparable harm at an alarming speed. This is why, regardless of your opinions of the Democratic Party, and I certainly am not the biggest fan, like, I don't care who does this right now, but you have to use every tool at your disposal, whether it be direct action, whether it be organizing, or whether it be hosting rallies, or whether it be even sometimes, getting the Democrats, expecting the Democrats to do something. That's why I don't shy away from urging you to call your persons, your congressional representatives, regardless of the fact that they rarely ever do your bidding. Because the moment that you just completely check out of that part of the process is a moment where it's over. What are we going to do? Direct action in terms of like arming ourselves? Is that what your advocacy is? My goal is to avoid that reality. 800,000 Germans were arrested in the buildup to the Nazi regime and during the Nazi regime before World War II. 800,000. Many of them were killed in these camps. I don't want America to get to that point. So I'll use every tool in my disposal, which even includes trying to get Democratic congresspersons to still do the right thing, bring them there by force if necessary, in order to avoid that outcome, including Uber Eats. What? What are you talking about, dude? Some of you literally have lobotomies, I think. One of the many tools at your disposal. God, shut the fuck up. God, it's just like, I know you're joking. Here, I'm going to unban you so you can be like, I was just joking, actually. And then I'm going to ban you. Dude, I swear to God, it's over. It's fucking done. When I see stuff like this from, like-minded leftists who are just like, yeah, dude, keep eating that Uber Eats. Like, okay, dude. Yeah, you're right. I'm fucking phony. I'm a capitalist. I don't give a shit about anything. I'm just going to be fucking right-wing then. You know what I mean? Like, there's no locking in involved here, okay? It's all locking out. Is Uber Eats BDS or something? No, it's not. It's just people doing, like, fake, phony, I'm leftier than down nonsense. Yeah, I'm apolitical, dude. I'm fucking apolitical. Yeah, I'm right-wing. I'm a grifter. I'm a right-wing grifter. Oh, I'm so tired.
In such a profound way. We need people running for office as independents like Bernie does. He does just fine. Now, maybe in your state or your city, that's not the best thing to do. But less, Bernie is not a member of the Democratic Party. Neither am I. And there's a reason for that. It should be evident by now. And we're not going to survive. If we think the Democrats are the cavalry and the cavalry is going to ride in and save us, that's not going to happen. Not with these Democrats. I'm sorry. I hate to say that, but we need more independent people. There are people watching me and you right now that need to think about running for office next year, local office, state office, Congress. We need to primary these Democrats that don't have the guts and the courage. Our country is being dismantled right now, and we are watching it. And for us to do nothing, for some of us who should be thinking about what we're going to do next year, that it's almost criminal that we are even just sitting here talking about this when we need to be out there. We should be in the streets. We should be running for office, and we should quit thinking the Democrats are going to save us. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. You're going to get a lot of emails and calls from people. Why are you having Michael Moore on? But I'm sorry. I can't go through another November 5th like we just went through. And in these 3-4 months since then, what we're watching happen every day, every hour, you turn on MSNBC and it's something else. What was it 2 hours ago? Oh, they're dismantling the civil rights office of the Department of Homeland Security. And if anything has proven that we need a civil rights office in Homeland Security, it's what has happened to Mahmoud Khalil in the last couple of weeks. This is the Columbia University graduate student who was arrested and disappeared to Louisiana, not committed a single crime, not accused of a single crime. All he has done is to try and stand up for his people, the Palestinian people, with his freedom of speech rights that he has as a legal permanent resident of the United States of America. And the fact that we have
I'll jump in, although I let you run it for a while, Michael.
No, thank you.
But you made a lot of good points. That issue you raised, along with the deportation clash across this whole week, is about whether we will have the liberty that the founding fathers set as a baseline and had to be expanded over time as we expanded who really was a human being. It's a longer history. But the core idea was you can't have a king snatch people up, accuse them of things, and disappear them, as you said. Now, if through a process you satisfy the requirements and the person has due process and rights in counsel, there are reasons why people, of course, can be removed, but you have to prove that. If you can't prove that, which they haven't had to because they deported these folks on the planes and the example you give, then anybody can be snatched up. I mean, that's the whole reason why these are question is king-like powers. Your first point is really profound. You say people might not like it, but the Republican Party was fraying, and it got a boost of MAGA, which went against a lot of its core values, but became this cult of Trump. But it papered over that sclerotic party. And then people say he took over. And the Democrats, from what happened to Bernie, which we've covered in the initial time he ran against Clinton, to a lot of the other problems the party's had, also have these complete credibility issues with the public. So we're watching a public that doesn't think either party's that great. I could show you the numbers today, and I could show you the numbers a couple of years back. It's what you said. And so the larger grassroots question is who's going to step up and meet that. So I appreciate what you said there. I want to give you more time, and I want to show you something on prices because all the way back to Flint, Michigan, we ignore the working people at our peril in a country like this, as you've documented. And so here's the double talk from MAGA on what people do care about, which is jobs and prices.
Are you expecting agricultural products to be more expensive as a result of tariffs, Secretary?
When they voted in November of 2024, they knew that's what they were voting for. There may be an interim period as we're readjusting the entire economy. But listen, real change takes disruption.
I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one. One on groceries. It's a very simple word, groceries. Like almost, who uses the word? I started using the word. The groceries. Starting the day I take the oath of office, I will rapidly drive prices down.
Prices aren't down. Markets are down, and tariffs are up. Is this a bait and switch? Go ahead.
That was the word, groceries. Okay. Yeah, listen, this is the gift of Trump, if I could put it that way, that he has already started to turn his own people against him. They're not quite there yet. But when they start going to the doctor and there's no Medicaid payment, and they're going to have to pay that doctor for their children and all of that, just go down the whole list of things that it's going to cost them more and more money. It's going to be harder and harder to live. And they're going to understand that he's the one that made this happen. And maybe he's thinking, well, I'm really good at lying. And if you just say it long enough.
My fear is they won't. And the reason why I think that is not because of the cultish mentality, because some are in the cult and they'll never see it. But the real reason why people won't see it is because there's no active, deliberate attempt to make people understand that he's doing it. And without that, absent of that, he could just keep lying about everything. They'll just say, we haven't punished trans people hard enough. We haven't punished Mexicans hard enough. We haven't punished the Democrats hard enough. This is why I say, I don't have to be a supporter of the Democratic Party or a card-carrying Democrat to know that they have to do this messaging. Because as long as the duopoly still exists, I don't care about strengthening the Democrats. I care about making sure that we use them as a weapon to wield against the Trump administration. This doesn't mean that I'm a Democrat. This doesn't mean that I'm a liberal. This doesn't mean that I'm on board with the Democratic Party's agenda. I want them to fight. The Democrats are a tool to fight against fascism. As long as they exist, that is the unfortunate reality. Do you understand? Just like Bernie Sanders' impact wasn't simply, Bernie Sanders' impact was not simply about running and almost winning in the primaries. His impact, I think, most significantly was bringing these ideas to the main stage and showing Americans that these otherwise radical positions are not so radical. There is a politician out there that is advocating for the American working class's best interests. Using the existing avenues to garner support like this is phenomenally important. And I think a lot of people that want to maintain ideological purity don't recognize that. People that want to maintain ideological purity don't understand how important it is to present yourself in ways that is palatable to as broad an audience as possible. Never compromise on your values. But when you talk about issues, understand who you're talking to. That's why when I go on Theo Vaughn's podcast, I'm not compromising on my values, but my messaging is different than when I go on, the Deprogram podcast, right? This is just the way you communicate in a normal way. If you want your otherwise unpopular or not well-known worldview and perspective, that most people inherently despise due to a century of Red Scare propaganda. If you want those positions to come across as palatable, you have to be fucking normal. And you have to use every outlet you can to keep moving the needle in that direction, to bring more people on board. That is my primary focus right now, because looking at the material conditions in the United States of America, analyzing the lack of class consciousness that the working class has here, I think there's still so much need for agitative propaganda to get people to understand that they're being fucked over by this system. A lot of you fantasize about a post-communist utopia when you live in one of the most reactionary countries, reactionary anti-communist countries on the planet. This is not about propping up the Democrats, but instead using their platform and trying to get them to understand. Perhaps it's a foolhardy endeavor, and I certainly think so, by the way, but to get them to understand that you have to change trajectory and you have to focus on the material. You have to focus on policies. You have to talk about how Trump is harming American lives directly and drive a wedge between Trump and his base of support to the best of your ability and try to undermine the Trump agenda every step of the way. If you don't do that, you're done. That's it. And you might disagree with my methods, and that's certainly fine too. That's fine. Go ahead. You can disagree with me all day. It's not the end of the world. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. You do you, I'll do me. All right?
Price of eggs, price of eggs, price of eggs, price of eggs. That they'll go with that. I don't think so. I think the American people are smarter than that. And I know fellow liberals are watching this and going, Mike, no. But yes. And from, as you mentioned, Flint, Michigan. Flint, Michigan is the birthplace of the 8-month pregnant wife of Mahmoud Khalil. She was born and raised in Flint, Ari. She was a top student at Flint University of Michigan, Flint branch. Gave the graduation speech there about 8 years ago. She's now a dentist. She's Dr. Noor Abdallah from Flint, Michigan, American citizen. He's a permanent legal resident with a green card. And I'm sorry to go back to that, but I'm just saying that the people in the state of Michigan, which Trump won, in the Flint, Michigans, in the Grand Rapids, in the Pontiacs, all those places, he's not going to keep this up. They're already on to him. They're already on to Chainsaw Man. And I read this thing the other day, the Michigan Chainsaw Massacre, of how Michigan is already hurting by the things that he's done. People are wise. They will come along to this. They will realize this. The Republicans, there's this, what's his name? Andy Biggs. They're all getting just slammed at their town halls. He's doing a town hall. He said now that only Republicans can come to it. They're going to vet you and make sure only Republicans can get in the room. Andy Biggs, if you don't know, if you're watching this, is one of the 147 Republicans who, after a violent mob took over the United States Capitol on January 6th, and it took almost till late in the evening near midnight for the police and the National Guard to remove them from our Capitol. And then all the members of Congress and the senators came back in. And at 2 or so in the morning, now January 7th, 147 Republicans voted to overturn the 2020 election. They voted to overthrow the vote of the people. I'll exactly quote the New York Times. 147 Republicans who voted to, quote, overturn election results. And Reuters, Republicans, 147 of them voted to overturn the election. To me, I'm sorry.
Michael Moore does lib out a little bit too much for my taste.
Raised differently. That's the work of traitors. If you are voting, and you're voting just hours after an attempted overthrow of the United States Capitol, and then you show up and then you vote to say, no, we reject what the American people have said and how they voted, that's a treasonous act. And there were 147 Republicans who did this, including Andy Biggs, who only wants Republicans at his town hall. The American people
occupying this much space with January 6th related criticisms is wild. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I've taken a lot of shit for not wanting to throw AOC and Bernie out and giving them grace. I know where regular people are, and there are the people that represent us in the minds of normies, reachable libs, etc. Yeah. I'm not saying that like AOC and Bernie Sanders are going to save us. I'm just saying that they are, as elected representatives with a lot of motion, with a lot of popularity, they are incredibly valuable tools at your disposal. Spending every waking moment yelling at them, I think this isn't to say you shouldn't criticize them, by the way, but like the level of criticism I think that they receive from people that they're closest to ideologically is always funny to me, because it's like there are so many more infinitely worse people out there in Congress. I understand why you'd be more upset at them, because it's like disappointing to see someone that you trust, right? That's not for you to police. It's not. But you know what my job is? My job is to try to find the most effective means of communicating certain desires that we all share. That's it. I'm not policing it. I'm just simply saying that while there is plenty of places to criticize these people on, you have to expand on your perspective and not have incredibly narrow horse blinders when analyzing the situation and then thinking that they are the worst people in Congress. Because many people do have that attitude. It's a strange way to appropriate, you know? You got Richie Torres and Chuck Schumer and many other people like that in the Democratic Party. Then you have the entirety of the Republican Party as well. You know, if you think that like the absolute worst people to constantly yell at is the likes of AOC and whatnot, then you're just not, you're missing the forest for the trees. Ironically enough, until Ethan Klein quite literally changed his entire content to fucking psychopathically pursue every little thing I do and like lie about it and actively try to deplatform me and successfully deplatform others. The reason why I was always like, I don't give a fuck about what Ethan is saying about Israel, shut up, he's not your enemy, was for this reason. It was for this reason, because I was like, initially he had said a bunch of pro-Palestinian things, and I was like, yeah, there's no reason to constantly hyper-focus on what he's doing. And over the course of the past year, obviously his attitude changed dramatically, and he became like an insane Hosberist, an insane propagandist for Israel in that time frame. So that's the reason why I think it's there's a point that where it's understandable when you fucking start criticizing people. Anyway.
All right, moderates, watch out. The socialists are stepping up to fill the leadership vacuum in the Democrat Party. Bernie Sanders and AOC are hitting the road with their Fighting Oligarchy tour in red and blue states, taking aim at the usual suspects like Elon Musk and President Trump. But they are also throwing some shade at their own. Watch.
We need a Democratic Party that fights harder for us too. I want you to look at every level of office around and support Democrats who fight, because those are the ones who can actually beat Republicans.
You got guys playing defense, but they also play offense. Our offense is to remind us all and every person in this country, we are the wealthiest nation in the history of this world.
But the moderate wing of the party is doing their best to counter AOC. Democratic Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin fired this shot. Listen closely.
I can't just chain myself to the White House and become an activist full time, because you and others here are going to call me for things that you need. All of those things require me to be more than just an AOC. Everyone you mentioned has a lot of words, but what have they actually done to change the situation with Donald Trump?
I'm glad that they're showing the person that the Democratic Party positioned as their rising star, former CIA torturer Alyssa Slotkin, who just won her election in Michigan. She's the person who responded to the Trump joint congressional setting. You got two planks broadly in the Democratic Party. I almost called it the Republican Party. My strategy right now is to target centrist Democrats and try to program normie liberals to hate them for collaborating with the right wing. That's the opportunity we have now. Show that the left is the only thing that will fight Trump. That lets us earn trust, spread class consciousness, and promote Palestinian causes. Show that Chuck Schumer is supporting Netanyahu as Netanyahu is openly supporting Trump. That's what I see them doing right now, but they need to sharpen up. Yes, I 100% agree with you on this. And that is my strategy as well. And I think that that is their strategy as well. I think they're trying to do that. Yeah, that's it. That's why I think they're doing this whole like fighting oligarchy tour and showcasing how popular it is, to show the rest of the country that there is a different way out of this, that there are real fighters out there. But those real fighters are not fucking moderate centrists. That's it. Yes. The moderate centrists like Slotkin think that they can go to their town halls and be like, no, I can't do anything. I'm not here to be an activist. Otherwise, I can't be a good legislator.
But if all else fails, the Bidens are looking for a comeback. NBC News reporting that former President Joe Biden and his wife, former First Lady Jill Biden.
I honestly stopped being so charitable to liberals that they're constantly criticizing leftists, doing populist propaganda. In the first swing, they turn on the workers and hold hands with the fascists. They're not allies. Okay. You have to remember something. Everyone's a liberal, and everyone's starting point is a liberal starting point. You yourself were probably a liberal at a certain point. It is literally the monoculture in this country, and if not the entire planet for the most part, with some notable exceptions. So the saying like, oh, every liberal is one step removed from fascism at a time when there is no like real socialist alternative out there and real socialist vision out there, especially in the United States of America, is stupid. Use the resources at your disposal. The overwhelming majority of this community at a certain point in time, maybe 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, was an avowed liberal, if not libtarded, if not right-wing reactionary conservative. That's it. All right, what are you talking about? If you can arrive at the worldview that you have right now, then others can as well. Try to internalize, try to recognize where, at what step in this game did you have your mind change? Was it someone like myself? Was it something else? Was it your own personal experiences? And then figure out exactly what the pivoting point was for you, the pivotal point was for you, and then use that experience to convert others, to get them to see the truth.
Have been putting out some feelers to Democratic leaders and saying, look, you know, we can help you. We can do
I agree. They do need to. I agree with this, by the way. They do need to endorse Zoran and do a rally in New York City ASAP. Bernie and AOC can't have it both ways. They say, run as independent and we'll endorse you. And then they haven't endorsed Zoran yet with 90 days left. I agree. I think they absolutely have to use this momentum to endorse Zoran Mamdani. I will do everything in my power to make that happen. The person who prevented me from falling into Gamergate rage now calls you anti-Semitic. How things change. Wait, it was Ethan Klein that prevented you from falling into Gamergate rage? That's so funny. Yeah. Yeah, well, the world is a crazy place, you know. With my political development, I think there was a time when Ethan and I were in the crosshairs of one another, or at odds with one another. Not that I really paid attention to what he was doing back then, but, you know, having Jordan Peterson on and things of that nature, like that would have put me directly against him ideologically. And now we're back to that norm, I guess. Also, not to glaze you too much, but I really think they don't give you enough respect. 50K live viewers on their stream is larger than the biggest rally Bernie ever had. That really doesn't seem to sink in with them. It's all good. I think they understand it. Dude, first of all, a lot of people on their teams are members of this community. Some of them literally got involved in politics because of their initial interest being sparked by being members in this community. That's something you have to remember. So there are certainly people who do understand the value. Others within the orbit, like there's to think that like Bernie and AOC don't know the importance of coming on to this broadcast is wrong. They do. They literally were willing to give me an hour of their time, and the only reason why it didn't happen is because they came in too late to the rally. Like they're not giving an hour to CBS. You know what I mean? Every now and then, maybe if you get it on the right time, you can get a Lex Fridman spot or a Theo Vaughn spot. But like most outlets are not getting that.
We can do anything else necessary to help Democrats recover the lost ground. And boy, it's lost, Janine. It is down to about 27%.
This is not a parody. Hamas caught me in the shower with shampoo still in my hair, running in a towel to my utility corridor in my apartment. No time to make it to the bomb shelter. This is real life in Jerusalem. This is a war crime and it has to stop. God, it's fun. It would be funny if it wasn't so disgusting. You know what I mean? I mean, it's still pretty funny. My shower was interrupted. We must do maximalist genocide. I spoke with Protein Mag's Jake Rahm about how Israel's used Nazi propaganda tactics against Gaza while simultaneously using the specter of Nazism to justify its war, and how Israel must invent threats from abroad to continue fighting new wars. Yeah. Think of the wasted soap.
So they've been in Delaware, I guess, for a little while. He's going back and forth to Washington, D.C. on the Amtrak, I know. But they're starting to put out some feelers. You know, you guys, I think you need some help from the two of us.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if no one calls, and I don't think they should sit and wait beside their phone. Look, Joe Biden and Jill, I think in the end, the mess that happened with Kamala Harris is going to be attributed to Joe Biden and to Jill, okay? But having said all that, I really want to talk about the message. They want someone who fights. They want someone who does actions, according to Elise Slotkin, actions over words. And, you know, does that mean that you don't talk about things that, you know, you get out there and you torch things or you burn things up? I'm not sure what that means. And plus, I think it's kind of crazy that they want to fight an oligarchy when I think it was Fetterman the other day said, I don't think the Democrats should use the word oligarchy. The American people don't know what it means. And I don't think they know what it means, especially Bernie Sanders, because he's a socialist. And the truth is that, you know, socialists control pretty much every aspect of your society, and they want to fight the oligarchy. I mean, I don't quite get it all. But this is a whole bunch of...
What the fuck are you saying? A socialist controls every aspect of your life? What are you saying? Where? I don't know. I don't know what to do about this, but it's good that we look at this stuff because I hope you understand this is what half, at least, the country believes, if not more than half the country. Okay? This idiotic slop is coming from the most popular news commentary broadcast, okay? Fox News. I need you to understand, there are a lot more people that tune into this and subscribe to this notion than there are even Republican Party voters. It is unimaginably cooked, which is why I always find it funny when people are like, you know what? Fuck these guys. Fuck Bernie. He's not as radical as I want him to be. It's like, yeah, he's not as radical as I want him to be either, dumbass. But look at the situation. Look at the goddamn situation. A socialist is controlling every aspect of your life. It's like, where? Who? What are you talking about? God, the situation is so fucking bleak, dude. We got direct billionaires. The wealthiest billionaire on the planet has complete control over the administrative state and is using every opportunity to dismantle it. And this is the dumb shit that people are hearing and going, hell yeah, to. The notion that, like, socialists control every aspect of people's lives. Like, what are you saying?
Nothing from a whole bunch of nobodies because Donald Trump broke the Democrat Party. They don't have a message. They don't have a messenger.
This might be one of your few libbed up opinions. If you think it's libbed up to like actually exist in the real world and talk to real human beings who have some of the dumbest opinions of all time, then I don't know what to tell you. Then I guess I am libbed up, you know? Like, what do you mean? America is an incredibly reactionary country. Yeah, thank you. Literally, the first thing you learn as an organizer is to meet folks where they're at. We got to get realistic on moving people instead of focusing on ideological purity. Thank you. Exactly. Exactly.
They just want to fight. They don't know what they want to fight about. Half of them are happy about what's going on with the torching of the Tesla vehicles. Nobody's coming out against it other than Ro Khanna and maybe Bernie Sanders. They're in the middle of an abyss. They don't know what to do. And, you know, I think in the end, the party is going to be split. They say they're like the Republican Party when the Tea Party came in and kind of fractured it. They've got like two Tea Parties. They don't know who they are or what they're about. And, you know, if final note, if AOC wants to say they're the party of the working Americans, don't let her forget that she wouldn't allow Amazon to come to Queens, that there were 25,000 jobs that would have been available, $4 billion in lost wages, $4 billion in additional business to local businesses. Don't even use the word AOC.
Just, I have the same question when she talks about fighting, wanting someone who fights and fighting the oligarchy. What does that actually mean to you as you hear it?
It means that we need representatives that want to be out there with the people, holding rallies and town halls, people who are talking about what's going on in the administration, the trade-offs of, Trump wanting trillions in tax cuts for people who earn a ton of money, and that they're going to come and cut your Medicaid. She's talking about people that are open and honest and responsive, and people who admit what's going on, the harsh realities of what's going on in some blue cities, which is, she had been talking about it. And this week I've mentioned it every day, but Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson's new book, Abundance, is coursing through the conversation in Democratic circles. So, AOC and Bernie, you can call them radicals. They're democratic socialists. They're talking about things like, it should be a basic human right to have good health care and to have the right to a good education and a roof over your head and be able to make enough money to put food on the table. That's not where, listen, Democratic Socialists is the left side of the party for sure, but they are bringing in crowds. He has more people showing up to his rallies now than even when he was running for president, and he had big crowds at that moment. The reason, though, that this isn't a Tea Party movement within our party, at least at this point, is that you're not seeing progressives winning their elections. They're not primarying moderates and winning it all. Moderates were hugely successful in the 2024 election on the congressional and Senate level, which is part of what Elisa Slotkin's talking about. She won Michigan as a moderate Dem when Donald Trump won as well. But Pritzker's getting on the road, and these town halls, they're huge. 800 for Pat Ryan, 1,300 for Jason Crow. That's what fighting is. It's showing up.
Tea Party, Jesse. When I think of the Tea Party, I think about smaller government and less regulation and lower taxes that pushed the Republican Party back to those roots. So I'm trying to figure out, if that, do they want more government, larger government? Is that where a fringe Tea Party would push the Democrat Party at this point?
Well, we know what they
parallel?
want, and no one wants it. It was DEI, it was trans surgeries, it was cash bail. It's been rejected, and it's all based in cities. The Tea Party was a national movement. It was intergenerational, and they won massive midterms. And it wasn't just in the House. They put Tea Party people in the Senate, and Trump came out of the Tea Party. So I don't see a Tea Party yet, but it could be fun to watch.
The Tea Party is not an analog because the Tea Party was an AstroTurf movement. The Tea Party also is aligned, not diametrically opposed to the agenda of the Republican Party. They just are basically Republican plus. This is the major difference between a real populist left movement coming from within the Democratic Party and outside of the Democratic Party. It cannot be AstroTurfed in the same way that the Koch brothers basically designed the Tea Party movement. It can't. No billionaire is going to fund a socialist movement. They're not, because it's, inherently against their existence. They're not going to do that. So that's number one. Number two, the Tea Party is Republican plus, whereas Democratic socialists, socialists alike, and trade unionists even, and their advocacy is directly at odds with the advocacy of the Democrats. That's why they sign off on messaging bills that say communism will never come to the United States of America. Communism is bad. Nancy Pelosi and Bernie Sanders do not see the world in the same way. They don't. They are at direct odds with one another. Donald Trump and the rest of the Republicans, on the other hand, do see the world in the same way. Now, maybe the Republicans wanted to be more moderate, wanted to be more stable, and obviously resisted against Trump. But there's a reason why they fell in line. They fell in line because their worldview is the same. Okay? The direction that they are moving in is the same. Trump did not invent anti-immigrant sentiment. He merely unshackled the dog whistles. He said, no more dog whistles. Just say they're rapists, dumbass. Just keep saying brown people do rape and serial murder. That's all the difference is between Donald Trump and what you used to hear from the normal Republican Party, in the ways that Nancy Pelosi wanted a normal and strong Republican Party because he's a fucking idiot. Donald Trump read the room, saw the direction of the Republican Party, many of those opinions he already aligned with, and just unshackled the messaging. That's it. You have to truly believe that the Democrats are interested in social progress or advancing an agenda that will uplift the material conditions of working class Americans. You have to truly believe that they're being earnest and not simply using that as a messaging strategy to try and win votes to the best of their ability with no real interest in advancing that agenda, to think that Bernie and people like myself especially are basically on the same pathway towards progress as the Democrats are. I'm just like Democrat plus. That's not what it is. They want to maintain capitalism. They want to maintain late stage capitalism. They want to maintain neoliberalism in this country. That is their primary focus. Therefore, we are diametrically opposite to one another.
I'm afraid what it's going to look like if Democrats fight harder. They shot him.
I do think that there is a change happening, albeit slow, but a change is happening. Why do I think that? Well, I think that from my own personal experiences, not only because I see so many people going to the Bernie rallies and whatnot, but I also see that in the way that like the media reception has been to even someone like myself. 10 years ago, there's no world that the media would openly call someone like myself a hard socialist. The only people that would call me that would be Fox News. 10 years ago, a person like myself would not be branded adequately by liberal outlets. They would just call me, he's the most liberal. He's super liberal. So that dynamic is shedding away a little bit. That the messaging is changing a little bit, and that's good. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. People are making that distinction, and I think that that is not a bad distinction to make. Anyway, it's interesting to also have this as the backdrop here, because while I'm talking about the minutia, this dipshit is talking about how a registered Republican that shot Donald Trump was actually secretly in the pocket of the Democrats. The Democrats put a hit out on Donald Trump. Yeah, totally, dude. That's how ballsy the Democrats are, which is why they voted for the fucking CR bill effectively. Like, how does that work? How do you live in a world where you think the Democrats wanted to fucking kill Donald Trump, like assassinate him, but also as soon as he came into office, they just rolled over and were like, please, sir. Like, how do these two things work at the same time? Registered Republican incel wearing some gun tuber merchandise goes out of his way to make a name for himself by shooting at the fucking president. And they're like, this is the Democrats' fault. The very same Democrats that fucking keel over and give Trump everything he wants every step of the way. Ridiculous. It makes no sense. All you're doing by supporting Bernie/AOC is taking your very finite population of fans and making sure they remain Democrats for all eternity. The actual people who need to be reached are the tens of millions who are being taken by the right, and you fail to reach them. Yes, dude, I know. If only I was more fucking racist, I would be able to reach those guys. I know, MAGA communists. You got it. You're right. Totally. It's just weird because the only motion you get with your pathway, with your way of changing people's minds is just normalizing the fucking racist sentiment, which is anti-materialist. It's stupid. Yeah. Real Nazball revolutionary sentiment hasn't been tried yet. We'll eventually get there. Thank you, dude. You really got it. I'm glad that it's no longer just a fucking meme flag online, and it's now a real robust movement, according to you. Yeah, one day you'll be able to penetrate the working class consciousness and get them to recognize their class position. You'll be able to agitate appropriately, and you'll be able to instill class consciousness in the working class. Just, keep saying that transgender people are mentally ill and a bunch of ableist slurs and shit, and like you'll inevitably reach them. I promise. Yeah. If I say the R word, if I say the R word a couple more times and call people the F slur or whatever, I'll be able to truly get real working class people on board, because that's how they speak. Sure. Okay. That is how they speak. Got it. So what? Your job isn't to fucking, your job shouldn't be to lean on the reactionary tendencies that they have. Your job is to move them away. Hasan, centrist, right-wing, grift dark. What? Yeah. It's so funny that, like, these guys, a lot of MAGA communists, their starting position is despising the Democratic Party. And that's understandable. It's understandable to despise the Democratic Party. It's a bourgeois party under the duopoly that still is very much on board with maintaining capitalism, right? Is the controlled opposition party. And yet, what you're doing is literally the exact same thing that they're doing. They also are like, let's just drop the trans stuff, actually, fuck it, and maintain neoliberalism that way. Okay, good luck. Like Lenin said, the point is not to tail the working class, but to lead them. Yes. Why do you avoid talking about their party, the ACP bullshit? Because I don't care. It's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. And if they're doing like real direct action in terms of like helping people out in communities and whatever, great. If they actually, if they're, actively spreading anti-capitalist thought, good. Okay. I think there's a whole bunch of reactionary garbage there, and I don't personally care about it. And it's the nicest thing I can do is to not yell about them all the fucking time.
Yeah.
They fined him $500 million. They tried to strip him off the ballot. They impeached him twice. They had a guy with a gun show up to a Supreme Court justice's house after they accused him of rape. I mean, literally, what more can you guys do? The only thing that you haven't done is shut down the government. Be my guest. Because then we'll find out who is really an essential worker. But you're right, Jessica. You actually define fighting better than I've ever heard anybody. Because right now, your party thinks fighting is like throwing a cane at Trump. That's not fighting with a little sign. That's nothing. I think what you guys need to do is recruit, raise money, and with the midterms. Great. And then you can start doing
We
things.
had our
Nice straw man you got there. Why don't you advocate for already existing communist structures in America? What's the already existing communist structure that you want me to advocate for? Why don't you just say it out loud?
President.
Because until it reaches a real point, okay, and until they shed themselves of their reactionary tendencies, and it reaches a real point of momentum when there's like actually people, you just want me to talk about your fucking Splinter Discord, okay? And I'm not going to do that. It's the same reason why I don't talk about like Baba Vakian all the time, or whatever bastion of new Larishites that exist. I don't care about your 30-person Splinter Discord. You are from our blood report about Turkey. You born in this land, and is your content already come on? But I don't know why people think I haven't talked about Recep Tayyip Erdogan arresting Imamoglu. I did. I talked about it extensively, and I will cover it. I will cover it again. Where is this coming from? Like, people think that I haven't been talking about this issue. There's also people that come in here and they're like, why don't you even post on Instagram? I have as well. What the fuck?
And Trump is ramping up attacks against the federal judge at the center of a deportation standoff with his administration in a contentious.
It's a bourgeois duopoly, guys. Supports Bernie and AOC Glaze Kamala. Why are you upset and can't openly admit what you want me to say? Why are you making up a bunch of shit they didn't say? It's a bourgeois duopoly, guys. Supports Bernie and AOC and Glaze Kamala. Glaze Kamala is very funny. I like that you said, why are you making up a bunch of shit they didn't say? And then openly recognize a thing that I did say that you seemingly agree with, and then follow that up with like just the things that I've never said. Come on, man. Come on. Say what you mean. What do you want? Who do you want me to support? Just be open about it. Hassan, watch out. All 30 Discorders are attacking people. Yeah. I am the Schrodinger's political commentator who is both all powerful and has no motion at the same time, because like I have the capacity to make political campaigns or break them. I also didn't sufficiently. I didn't support Kamala Harris and secretly wanted Trump to win. But I also simultaneously glazed Kamala Harris and really loved Kamala Harris, and am a phony person who just wants to sheepdog people back into the Democratic Party. At a certain point, you will realize that I'm just a fucking Twitch streamer. Do I have a lot of influence? Absolutely. Okay? I do. I recognize that. I try to use it for good. And simply yelling at me is not actually engaging in revolutionary action. You're just a fucking moron yelling at a Twitch streamer. You're doing parasocial stan or hater behavior, but you're masquerading it as like revolutionary thought, which is insanely... It's even funnier than people who are just like, no, I really have a parasocial relationship with the streamer and I love him, or hate me on other virtues. You don't have to like try to... What? If you want to vote for PSL or some other openly communist parties, not class enemies Democrats. I'm sorry. Did I tell people not to vote PSL? I mean, I think that they're great at political activism. Their election strategy leaves much to, their election strategies are not great. But having said that, the only people that the only group that I actively came after was Jill Stein and the Green Party. And the reason for why I did that wasn't because the reason for why I did that is because I just don't believe that they're serious. They're not.
Just hearing yesterday, Judge James Boasberg accused the Trump administration of disrespecting the court and ignoring orders after they deported suspected Venezuelan gang members last week. Boasberg is still considering whether their use of the wartime alien enemy's power is legal. But
What? We have infinitely more influence in having conversations with our community members than you do, simply by virtue of them being our neighbors, friends, and families. I love the work that you do, but chatters can recognize their influence too. I agree. That's what I try to explain to people all the time. That, like, if you think you're behaving in a... if you think personally that you are engaging in revolutionary acts and doing praxis by simply watching my fucking broadcast, you're delusional. It would be meaningless if that's what I thought was the path for change. Is just like, if you watch enough of my broadcast, if you subscribe to me hard enough, that real socialism will be implemented in this country. I've never said that. I think it's fucking idiotic. That's why I always remind people that without all of you going out, talking to other people, trying to instill class consciousness amongst your friends, amongst your neighbors, without all of you going out and engaging in community organizing, engaging in direct action, engaging in protest, and trying to expand class consciousness, and simultaneously unionize your workforce, joining PSL or DSA or many other organizations like that. Without doing all of that, if you don't do any of that, then yeah, this is meaningless. What do I always say? In spite of all of the insanity, the reason why I think this is incredibly worthwhile is because you're doing all of that. That's what keeps me going. And there are a ton of people in this community that have actually went out and won local office, that have actually become community organizers. That's why whenever I link up with, activist groups like Water Drop LA, the dudes that are there, they're HasanAbi heads. When I go to the Bernie rally, the same thing. When I go talk to labor unions, it's the same thing. That's it. That's why I do what I do. That's why I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Because I think I have to the best of my ability, a decent opportunity to change people's minds. That's how it goes. That's where this is.
Ban against such deportations remains in effect for another week. The president is spending part of the weekend at his private club in Bedminster, New Jersey. Nicole Skanga is in Bridgewater. Nicole, good morning.
Good morning, Meg. The president starts his day here in New Jersey before heading to Philadelphia to watch the NCAA Wrestling Championships. But as you mentioned, a very different face-off took place in a courtroom yesterday as a federal judge voiced skepticism over the Trump administration's use of that wartime power.
A grilling from the federal bench, the latest chapter in a high-profile showdown between the president and the judiciary, following the deportation of 200-plus Venezuelan nationals, including suspected gang members, to a high-security prison in El Salvador.
They're bad people. We don't want them in our country. We can't let a judge say that he wants them. He didn't run for president. He didn't get much more than 80 million votes. And we just can't let that happen.
Presiding over the landmark case, federal judge James Boasberg. In court yesterday, the federal judge rebuked the administration for ignoring his order to turn the planes around 1 week ago, mid-flight, until he could review their cases, and accused Deputy Assistant Attorney General Drew Ensign of using disrespectful language and missing deadlines. Did you not understand? Boasberg asked the lawyer for the Justice Department. Advance Democracy, a nonpartisan research nonprofit, found President Trump's made at least 34 posts referencing the judiciary in recent days, with at least 10 criticizing legal decisions that limit his authority. Lawyers for some of those transferred to the high-security prison in El Salvador last weekend argued in court filings they weren't gang members at all. including the Venezuelan professional soccer goalie Erce Reyes Barrios, who claims the U.S. government misinterpreted his soccer tattoo as a gang symbol, with no legal recourse before being transported to El Salvador.
The government actually just wants us and the American people to believe what it says without any process or any evidence at all.
Sky Perryman of Democracy Forward is co-counsel representing the plaintiffs in the case.
Are you concerned that there are individuals sitting in a high security prison in El Salvador right now that have been falsely accused of being TDA members?
We are deeply concerned about that. And this is something that should concern every single American in this country.
And in a separate move overnight, President Trump revoked the security clearances of former President Joe Biden, former Vice President Kamala Harris, and several former top administration officials, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Another former Secretary of State on that list, Hillary Clinton. Michelle?
Nicole, thank you.
Now to that late afternoon notice from the Trump administration to revoke the legal status of potentially more than 500,000.
Yeah, there's also this 500,000 immigrants that got TPS under Biden, which was an extension of the Trump program as well, which is something that American government has done time and time again, is now being revoked. Cubans, Nicaraguans, Haitians, and the like. What is this? Hassan has literally said it shouldn't be the nexus of our organizing. He's just a newsman and stands on that. Some of Haas Twitter seems to confuse stand behavior with activism. It's not. Go find your local mutual aid group, PSL chapter, PSL branch, DSA chapter, and volunteer to help out. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Watching me is not activism, okay? I'm only one person, and I do this. I do what I do because I think I'm good at it, and because I think I can urge others to also go out and join the fight. That's my impact. That's my momentum. I can only show you others who are also brilliant, like-minded people such as yourselves, and other content creators, show you journalists and all this stuff. A lot of those ACP dudes infiltrated Hostwood too. I don't care. Those guys are just, they're making noise.
Immigrants currently living in the United States. This as we are learning more about the Venezuelans deported under the 18th century wartime law. I'm joined now by immigration reporter Camila Montoya Galvez to help us unravel all of this. First of all, Camila, let's start with 500,000. Remind us again what that program was supposed to do.
The Trump administration, John, is moving aggressively to dismantle President Biden's immigration legacy, and they are now in the process of terminating a process known as CH&V that was set up by the previous administration as a way to reduce illegal immigration at the U.S.-Mexico border by offering would-be migrants a legal and safe way to come here without the use of a smuggler and without the use of illegal entries into the U.S. About 500,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, and Nicaragua entered the U.S. under that process, which required American sponsorships from people who were citizens or legal permanent residents here. And in the next 30 days...
So what's the point of following you as a leftist? To have a community of like-minded people that sometimes have fun, but other times are paying attention to what's going on, not only in the United States of America, but all around the world? What did you think the point was? What do you think I do here? What? I'm actually trying to figure out what you mean by this, like what you're talking about. I was under the impression this was a Revolutionary Vanguard training camp, that when you say trigger words, we're all going to lock in and become sleeper agents. Yeah, it is. It's true.
Their work permits and deportation protections will be lapsed and terminated by the Department of Homeland Security, which is warning that if these people do not voluntarily depart the country, John, they will be found, arrested, and deported from the country. In fact, the administration is saying that the people affected by this policy change should sign up to self-register on a smartphone app provided by the government and tell people that they will be departing the country.
Okay, tough to keep track of it all, but you've been keeping track, of course, of those Venezuelan migrants that have been sent to El Salvador. What more do we know about that group?
Well, not only have the deportations to El Salvador triggered this contentious legal battle here in the U.S., John, but also a debate about who was actually sent to that Central American country. The administration is saying that all the Venezuelan men it sent there, 238 Venezuelan nationals, are part of the notorious transnational gang known as Tren de Aragua. But we have spoken to relatives and lawyers of the deportees, and they are strongly refuting those claims, saying that their loved ones and clients have no criminal records in the U.S. or abroad, and that they are not affiliated with this vicious gang. And they have actually presented to us documents that do, in fact, confirm that many of these deportees do not have criminal records. I will say that some officials have said that some of them do have criminal records, so we should underscore that.
My husband may not be a legal American citizen, but he's a human being, and he has rights.
Only on Action News Jax, a Middleburg family begging for help after they claim that ICE officials are threatening the husband, who is an Indian national, with immediate deportation and criminal charges. I'm Tanika Hughes.
And I'm Ben Becker. Action News Jax Jake Stofan is live from the family's home in Middleburg. And Jake, after you started asking questions, they got a new message from ICE.
Well, that's right. Just within the last hour, I heard from the family's attorney that the husband has now been given until Saturday to purchase a plane ticket back to India and leave the country voluntarily. Now, this comes after the family says ICE officials came to their door this morning demanding the husband come out and threatening him with criminal charges and saying they would come back with a warrant when he refused.
I mean, that's good that they didn't open the door. That's what you're supposed to do.
I cannot leave my kids and my wife here. I can't.
Tapan Purohit and his wife, Ashley Kennedy Purohit, feel they're living a nightmare. Tapan came to America on a J-1 visa in 2011. It expired in 2013. Last year, he married Ashley, and they filed an I-130 marriage petition in hopes of regaining his legal status.
I prayed so hard that God would send me a good, kind, loving man that would finally be that piece that was missing in our lives, and he did.
Things took a turn last December when Tapan was arrested and charged with resisting an officer without violence, a charge that was ultimately dropped. But over the next few months, he was ordered by ICE to purchase a plane ticket for removal, which he did. According to the family's attorney, they filed a series of emergency motions, hoping to delay his removal to give time for the marriage petition to be processed. His motion to delay his deportation was denied on March 11th, but two of those other motions are still pending.
At that point, our attorneys had told us to go ahead and cancel the plane tickets, that we had motions filed so that we should have time to be able to continue to petition and pursue.
But according to the family, ICE officials arrived at their home this morning demanding Tapan come outside to be taken into ICE custody for deportation. He did not. The family claims ICE officials told them they'd return with a warrant and charged Tapan with failure to comply with supervised release.
And at that point, they can kick our door down and come in front of my children and take my husband in front of them.
Ashley argues her husband still has a right for the motions to be heard. Tapan and Ashley run a local business and argue they're good, hardworking Americans, not criminals. But they claim throughout this process, they've been treated as less than human by ICE officials.
I said, my wife is pregnant, sir, so he said, oh, that's not your kid, that's her kid.
Ashley says she feels like this sudden rush is being driven by a numbers game intended to fulfill a political agenda rather than ensure public safety.
It's
yeah,
just
no
another
shit.
check on the box.
I mean,
we deported 1,001
yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. There's no, it's also because it's built on a lie. It's built on a lie. There's no massive amounts of undocumented migrants that are responsible for incredible amounts of violent action and criminal behavior. It's just made up.
people today, and Taban gets to be that 1,001.
And yes, it's not necessarily just a lie that the Republicans told. It's one that the Democrats also played along with, refused to fight against, refused to combat. And here we are. Oh, I hate this.
Now, the family's attorney tells me she's holding out hope those two outstanding...
Yeah, this is how all the Indians will be dealt with when they're done with the Muslims. The Indian nationalists, BJP, and Hindutva think they're a part of the in-group. They're not. And you know who is also not a part of the in-group, even though they're much more firmly a part of the in-group than Indians are right now? Jews. They are eventually going to go after Jews too. Okay? They're already going after Jews that are anti-Zionist, but they'll go after all Jews eventually. You're a fucking idiot if you think, if you're a Jewish American and you're like, nah, dude, Israel, yeah, am Israel high. Yeah, these guys are actually doing the right thing by going after these like naysayers, these Arabs, these pro-Palestinian protesters. Like, you're a fucking dumbass. You're basically literally clapping like a seal for your own demise in the exact same way that it happened once during the fucking Holocaust and many times over before then in pogroms. You're so fucking stupid. No, as a Jew, I say, is Israel high? Okay. Ay, ay, ay.
Emergency motions that are currently sitting.
And we're taking.
It's ironic because a lot of the anti-Semitic sentiment is directly caused by the Trump administration coming out and basically behaving in the way that like David Duke says the American government operates as. Americans are stupid, but even they recognize when the fucking Trump administration is saying Shalom Mahmoud, okay, as they're deporting someone for exercising free speech, you're definitely creating a lot of resentment. Jews should be the first people to recognize how dangerous that kind of association is. It is shocking how fucking short-sighted Zionist Jews are in this country. It is literally it is so alarming that they don't understand what the fuck is up right now.
Taking you behind the scenes of the complicated immigration process here in the U.S.
Well, it's left one man in legal limbo after he was brought to the U.S. from Liberia when he was just 2 years old. Rodney Taylor has lived in Georgia for decades, applying for citizenship only to be denied. Well, recently, ICE arrested him, and right now he's facing deportation.
11 Alive's Caitlin Ross is uncovering the difficulties navigating the immigration system, even as journalists seeking answers about this case.
It's easy to talk to Rodney Taylor.
I'm a people person, so I love dealing with people, meeting people every day, making them look good.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, deport that guy to Liberia. He's definitely Liberian. Dude's been in here since the age of 2, man. The fuck are we doing? Like, that is an American, okay? That is an American through and through, okay? What are we doing?
We met Rodney trying to help people who sit in his chair through a program where barbers talk to clients about...
Oh, I don't get it. I thought that they were arresting rugged criminals. What's happening? This doesn't seem like they're arresting and deporting rugged criminals. You know, what's that about? I'm shocked. I'm shocked to find out that we are not actually fucking deporting serious criminals and instead deporting guys like this.
lung cancer screenings. Rodney told us making those connections comes easy.
Once they feel comfortable in their surroundings and know what type of person you are, they feel more comfortable to open up to you.
It's what's happening to him now that he says is so hard to connect. All right, we're trying this again. Okay, so is it working? Rodney!
Hey!
Oh my gosh, we finally connected! He was arrested by ICE and is now not behind his chair, but behind bars.
It's a life-death situation.
To understand, we have to go back to 1980, when Rodney's mother brought him to the U.S. from Liberia. He was 2. Born with clubbed hands and feet, she brought Rodney here for amputation surgeries under a medical visa. He's lived here ever since, but his applications for citizenship have been denied.
I feel like my wit's end, on prayer.
That's because Rodney pled guilty to felony burglary charges when he was 16. 16 years later, the Georgia Parole Board pardoned that conviction.
Oh my God.
But the crime makes him ineligible for amnesty programs for minors. ICE officers cite the burglary case on his detention order now.
They're still trying to prosecute me for something I did 30 years ago as a child. It's hard to swallow.
Hard, but not uncommon, says immigration expert and attorney.
Wow, thank God they got this criminal off the streets, dude. Thank God. Truly sociopathic behavior. New, a Time photojournalist was on hand in El Salvador as prison guards beat a man who's likely to be Andre, a gay Venezuelan barber / makeup artist who was seemingly falsely accused of being a gang member and renditioned by the Trump administration with literally no due process. One young man sobbed when a guard pushed him to the floor. He said, "I'm not a gang member. I'm gay. I'm a barber." I believed him. He began to whimper as his head was roughly shaved, folding his hands in prayer as his hair fell. He asked for his mother and cried as he was slapped again. Earlier today, the media released a list of names of people from Venezuela that were forcibly removed by the United States to an El Salvador mega prison. Our client, Andre, was one of them. Yeah. The full story is here. These are first-hand accounts from an American photojournalist on the scene. Remember, the Trump admin has offered zero evidence for any gang ties to any of these people and refused to permit them any way to prove their innocence. Yeah, it's there. This is happening already. This is what I mean when I say fascism is here. Okay, we have already dipped our toes in the waters. We are pushing our whole body into it. This administration will eventually do these exact same acts of cruelty to you and a loved one.
Charles Cook shows you how complicated immigration law is. Somebody who's been pardoned by the state, been forgiven, moved on with his life. Now, decades later, ICE comes along and says, hey, we're going to arrest you and deport you to a country you don't know.
The latest Pew Research poll shows 59% of Americans approve of increased efforts to deport people who are undocumented. Over the last several weeks, 11 Alive has reported on the uptick in ICE arrests in metro Atlanta and across the country under President Trump's administration. ICE data shows that includes immigrants with criminal records, but also a 221% increase in immigrants without criminal records.
The reality is our laws have not changed. Our laws haven't changed in 30 years. What's changed is how they're...
By the way, most of the people that have a criminal record, that have like actually violent crimes on their record, are people that are already in prison. They're deporting people from prison to pad the stats. They're also deporting people with minor criminal records, like the dude who got his fucking record expunged from when he got arrested for aggravated assault or burglary at the age of 16. He's 46 years old. So there are people whose records are being expunged after the fact, and they still are hitting them to pad the stats with 50% of the people that we're apprehending are criminals. And then you look through individuals and the crimes that they've committed, and it's all like minor offenses, like trespass. Dudes are getting deported for trespassing after living here for 15, 20, 30 years. Think about that. They're not arresting, apprehending, and detaining like rapists and murderers. And even then, I don't believe that we should be fucking deporting rapists and murderers anyway. We should be prosecuting them to the full extent of the law. Like, what do you mean? The fuck? I don't want them to get a free trip back home.
They're enforced.
We talked to a spokesman from ICE who told us the removal case against Rodney is moving forward because they do not accept the type of pardon he received.
Oh, great.
The Department of Justice told us it has no record of Rodney's case and won't until he's charged. But 3 months after his arrest, that still hasn't happened. Behind bars, Rodney is trying to stay positive, helping other detainees get ready for their court dates.
They allow me to know to cut hair, do what I do, Pat.
He's hoping to get back behind the chair for good.
As long as I'm helping somebody, I feel good.
Reporting in Tucker, Caitlin Ross, 11 Alive News.
And immigration officers told Rodney he would be deported 3 months after he was arrested. And so that would be this week. But he says he still has not had a court date. We'll keep you posted, though.
Jasmine Mooney is...
Oh, yeah. This was a Canadian citizen that was in 12-day detention by ICE. This is another insane story. And it's a white lady, I think, so of Canadian background. So maybe this is what'll get the liberals on board, you know? Oh, yeah.
Is a Canadian citizen who had a work visa, no criminal record, and had been traveling back and forth between Canada and California without any complications until she says she was suddenly detained without explanation at the San Diego border when she tried to reapply for a new visa. Writing in The Guardian, quote, "I was taken to a tiny freezing cement cell with bright fluorescent lights and a toilet. There were 5 other women lying on their mats with aluminum sheets wrapped over them, looking like dead bodies. The guard locked the door behind me. For 2 days, we remained in that cell, only leaving briefly for food. The lights never turned off. We never knew what time it was, and no one answered our questions. No one in the cell spoke English, so I either tried to sleep or meditate to keep from having a mental breakdown, excuse me. I didn't trust the food, so I fasted, assuming I wouldn't be there long." She added, quote, "I was told to shower, given a jail uniform, fingerprinted, and interviewed. I begged for information. How long will I be here? I don't know your case," the man said. "Could be days, could be weeks. But I'm telling you right now, you need to mentally prepare yourself for months. Ultimately, Mooney says she spent 12 days in detention before she was finally allowed to book herself a flight back home to Canada. Joining us now, Jasmine Mooney. I was blown away by what you wrote in The Guardian. Explain what happened.
I mean, I'm still processing what happened. I got out and it really feels like a dream or a nightmare, but I still really don't know how I ended up there. But now I am really trying to use my voice to tell people what's going on, because I really don't think a lot of people know what's going on in there.
Why weren't you allowed to book yourself a flight back home?
I have no idea. I assume that if there were a denial with my visa, I would just book myself a flight and head back home. Apparently, because I had one denial before and then my other visa was voided. So for some reason, they said that they had to send me back to Canada. And I was literally booking my own flight to go home. And then that's when I was taken. And then I was in there for 12 days and not a single person talked to me the entire time that I was in there about my case.
Why do you think you were not given the opportunity? Do you feel like you were being used to send a message to others?
You know, I've been trying to come up with every explanation that I can, and I truly don't know. I was in there, I met around 200 other women who, none of us had a criminal record. Everyone's story was different, a lot of the same. A lot of women, I believe, should not be in there. And what I found is the issue wasn't about getting deported. A lot of women admitted that they overstayed their visas. It's just what the issue that they have is the process of getting out of there. It is next to impossible. There is no communication. You do not have an officer to talk to. You can't contact your lawyers or your friends or your family. I was transferred twice in 2 weeks, which is an awful experience. There were girls in there who had been transferred 8 times in a couple weeks. So the whole system just felt super rigged to keep us in there. That's what it felt like.
Well, because you write, this is an interesting part of the article. You say companies like CoreCivic and GEO Group receive government funding based on the number of people they detain, which is why they lobby for stricter immigration policies. It's a lucrative business. CoreCivic made over $560 million from ICE contracts in a single year. In 2024, GEO Group made more than $763 million.
Yeah, they were salivating at Trump's electoral victory. I played their report, their like quarterly earnings report, and how excited they were at the new election. The GEO Group is tasked and ready to take advantage of the new wave of mass deportations and mass arrests, and set up new detention centers. Insane.
Canadian Airlines are taking away.
Here's at least a little bit of a silver lining on all of this. Canadians, stand strong. We are with you.
Flights to popular U.S. cities. This after many Canadian vacationers apparently are avoiding the U.S. entirely. Asher Red joins us from the Atlanta International Airport. And Asher, the airlines say they're just following the demand?
Yeah, exactly. And some Canadian airlines are starting to shift their focus to Mexico and the Caribbean. That's where the airlines say that Canadians are starting to vacation instead of right here in the United States. And they've noticed that in the past few months. Now, the U.S. Travel Association says that Nevada and Florida rank among the most popular destinations for Canadian travelers. But starting this month, Air Canada is dialing back service to those states as well as to Arizona. In the latest investors meeting, Air Canada said that it was adding more routes to Canadian leisure destinations instead. Other American airlines, or Canadian airlines rather, like Porter, have stopped advertising some American destinations entirely. A Porter spokesperson says in a statement, quote, "We are mindful of the overall sentiment of travelers And it's because of this that we've decided to adjust our marketing and emphasize Canadian destinations for the time being, end quote. And according to the Travel Association, Canadians visit America more than travelers from any other country, with 20.4 million visits just last year. And the association says that Canadians spent $20.5 billion in the U.S. last year, supporting 104.
Why should you come here? This place fucking sucks. Why should you come here and also risk your safety and security? You could get fucking hassled by a high school graduate with an inferiority complex who's gonna fucking big dog you and possibly detain you permanently. Fuck this country, okay? Don't come here. And by the way, this is the same energy that Israelis should be having towards people that want to implement boycott, divestment, and sanctions on the fucking apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. And if Israelis don't have that sort of energy, then, you know, they're not with it. They're not with the shits. That's it.
40,000 American jobs. So even a small...
Hassan, are you safe from deportation? For the time being, yes. Because I'm an American citizen. I was born here. I know my haters will hate that, but that is the case.
Decline in revenue could have major impacts on Americans. Now, Flight Center, a travel agency with an office in Toronto, says that Canadians are in the middle of one of the busiest travel periods of the year.
This did pick up in February, where we saw actually a 40% decrease in leisure bookings to the U.S. And that just means...
What's the difference between these recent deportations and the ones during the Biden admin? I'll tell you. The Biden administration still was very rigid and also deported a shit ton of people. And it was completely unacceptable. This is an expansion on the previous administration, as the Republicans tend to move the country rightward. They've eliminated due process, and they're going after people with no criminal background whatsoever. They're just trying to grab as many people as possible, while they're also actively trying to remove legal permanent residence and take away their citizenship, take away their legal permanent residency status.
New bookings were down 40%. Over a 3-month period leading up to February, we did see a 20% increase in cancellations of pre-existing trips to the U.S. from Canada. And in fact, Canadians were rebooking for destinations like the Caribbean and Mexico.
And according to FlightAware, Canadian flights coming into New York's JFK airport saw a 19% decline in just last month. The rest of the United States dealt with a 5% decline in incoming Canadian traffic. Live at the Atlanta International Airport, Asher Red, Fox 13 News.
With a president in the White House who most Americans came to know through a reality TV show, it is somehow fitting that one of the issues that Donald Trump obsesses over, undocumented immigrants, has been packaged into reality-style TV.
Almost 4 a.m. and...
I think it's really important for Trump's governing style to have these things sort of televised. For him, if these things don't happen on TV, are they actually happening?
This morning, federal agents are intensifying the Trump administration's promise of mass deportations of undocumented immigrants.
The border represents a geographic site where the aspirations, the delusions, the anxieties, and the mythical expressions of the United States are enacted.
As war with terror organizations are happening all over the world, and they have operatives on our borders that are ramping up unlike ever before.
Much of what presidential administrations have done for years is enact a sort of border theater, which is rooted in violence. It is through those images, it is through the confrontations, manufactured in some instances, that the United States defines its sense of citizenship for the people.
Now, the president is dramatically expanding the powers of federal agencies to help with mass deportations.
He knows the power of this thing right here, the camera. When you take the camera, that's a big weapon nowadays, whether it's citizen journalism, whether it's a well-known company, or if...
I'm sorry, what? They interviewed Patrick Bet-David, Al Jazeera, The Listening Post, interviewed Mr. Valuetainment for this? What the fuck?
The power of this thing right here, the camera. When you take the camera, that's a big weapon nowadays, whether it's citizen journalism, whether it's a well-known company, or if it's the U.S. government trying to go out there showing the raids that this is what we're doing, this is what we're working on behind closed doors. I love the fact that they're doing it, to be honest with you. I love the fact that we're able to see it.
That kind of enthusiasm for seeing people hounded and humiliated on TV appears to be the point. The televised raids are a show of force, choreographed to intimidate undocumented immigrants. And while those tactics form part of Donald Trump's long-promised mass deportation plan, they're not new. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, or ICE, has been turning its operations into TV content since the early 2000s and the so-called War on Terror. Journalists are often invited to tag along with officers enforcing the policy in what are known as ride-alongs.
I did that 20 years ago. After 9/11, during the Bush administration, reporters would join federal agents while they conducted raids. That was part of a concerted visual propaganda machine that the Bush administration mounted to shape public opinion. It shored up support for the quote-unquote war on terror that resulted in the deaths of millions of people, and it shored up support for massive border buildup, border wall construction, and the deployment of troops.
Fast forward a decade to Donald Trump's first term in office, and immigration enforcement had become a PR disaster for the White House. The images and sounds of crying children separated from their parents earned the administration reams of bad press. Trump officials learned a lesson that sometimes hardline policies require softer packaging. So this time round, the administration has used some popular media personalities, like daytime TV host Dr. Phil.
We're here to tell your story and have your back. So we're getting the word out that you're out there taking down the bad guy.
Dr. Phil is one of a slew of media figures and journalists.
Bloodless fucking ghouls, dude. Monsters. I wonder if the listening post will put a clip of Asmongold saying that he wanted to dress up as Ash Ketchum and go on a ride along. You know, because it's just entertainment. People's lives are fucking being ruined. People who are not criminals, by the way. Yeah, fuck around and find out, I say, as I, laugh at the child cancer kid whose parents are about to be deported, who've been fucking living here for 20 goddamn years. And the child who has cancer is 10 years old and is an American citizen, but she has to go and be deported alongside their fucking family members. Yeah, I don't care. Shouldn't have been here. Yeah.
Who've been granted first-hand access to ICE's made-for-TV immigration raids.
These so-called journalists riding around with the police on a ride-along, it's like take your kid to work day.
For 2 days, News Nation was given the unique privilege of riding along with this trained team of officers.
One can only sort of have one perception after this. Black and brown people are running around, and these are the good guys, mostly white guys, going around and arresting them and putting them in prisons. And so it is not journalism.
It's important to remember when we're looking at reports in which journalists are on ride-alongs.
We're now heading to the northwest part of the city.
The viewers are seeing whether it's
Token Yemeni, genuinely asking why you didn't push AOC and Bernie on Gaza and how they vote. I love you, but I don't understand why not. I don't know, maybe because I have 5 minutes with AOC and 10 with Bernie before they went up on stage. Did you see how the interview took 9 minutes and 53 seconds to conduct? How am I supposed to get anything across in that situation?
it be the border, whether it be any.
I also did start the conversation about Gaza, specifically from the perspective of defending First Amendment rights.
Any neighborhood through the eyes of federal agents. And therefore, journalists become the amplifiers of their perspective. So when journalists, quote unquote, embed, we are telling the story from a particular point of view.
In the United States, not having the right documents isn't actually a criminal offense. It's a civil one. But you'd never know that from the language used by politicians and journalists.
If you're here illegally, get ready to leave.
The goal should be to deport every illegal in this country that we can find.
If you're here illegally, we're going to hunt you down and we're going to deport your ass.
As successive administrations have hardened their approach to immigration, the packaging of that news for public consumption has become more and more sensationalistic.
Because you got criminal aliens that are on the street that have weapons, that have grenades, that have all type of things.
In Trump Term 2, the government provides news outlets with not just the drama of the raids, but a new TV-friendly protagonist, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, who joins in on the action, complete with branded body armor.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem came along for the raid.
How many of these do you expect you'll witness as secretary?
I hope a lot.
One of the most important things the Trump administration is doing is the fact that they're televising their raids. And the reason why this...
Why is Patrick Bet-David talking about this? Like, I'm so confused. They couldn't find another guy. Like, they had to find a guy who's like pro-Trump. This is like genuinely shocking to me.
This is very important is because that's what their voters wanted. They were concerned about the 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants that came across the border. And so their job is to say, hey, we're doing our job. It's televised. Here's the camera. This is what we got going on.
You want cameras at these events, don't you? And some would say you want this spectacle to be filmed.
It's not a spectacle. This is our nation's law enforcement judicial process.
It's such a great publicity stunt to scare the crap out of the people that are here illegally, specifically the ones that are criminals.
Televised events, raids, are so important to defining an enemy. Someone who cannot speak for themselves, someone for whom we have little to no information, imagery that is meant to communicate to people where their place is, and in some instances that they have no rights, and ultimately nothing can be done to help you.
Social media is where ICE showcases the numerous quote-unquote criminals they've apprehended. In most cases, the agency makes no distinction between those suspected of a crime and those who've actually been found guilty of criminal activity. However, data released by ICE paints a different picture. It shows that the surge in arrests of undocumented immigrants largely targets people without criminal convictions or criminal charges. And yet, the show goes on. In February, the White House tweeted a video, scenes from the deportation of immigrants. It was ugly and gratuitous. But for Trump supporters, it serves as evidence that they're getting exactly what they voted for.
I don't mind imposing some fear in criminals that came here illegally and are hurting citizens. Our job is to make sure people who live here legally are safe. So if we can make an example of them and show clips like that, I'm not surprised that they're doing that. I actually like it. And if it makes some people uncomfortable, I like it even more. Americans voted on November 5th, 2024, and they wanted America to be safer, and that's exactly what this administration
Yeah, I
is.
feel so much safer with this image juxtaposed over Patrick Bet-David, resident expert on growing fascist movements in the United States of America. I feel so safe, dude. When I think about safety, I think like Nazi Germany, you know? I think Nazi Germany style Gestapo raids on unsuspecting people who've been living here for 10, 20, 30 fucking years, who haven't really done anything wrong. Amazing.
Thank you for watching.
All right. Let's get to Turkey. For all of the turkey heads in the chat who've been saying, Hassan, why aren't you covering Turkey? I have been. And I understandably have been paying close attention to what's going on as well. And considering that Rütük, which is the government censor, has made it illegal to broadcast any of these protests as of yesterday, or as of like tonight, I guess, for many Turks who have a VPN, I am probably the only place where they can get this information from. Rütük is the Turkish censor, like the Turkish government censor. Turkey doesn't have free speech, for those of you who don't know. Obviously, like the American government also has like some kind of censors on what you can and can't broadcast as well. But the Turkish government is actively using pre-existing organs to basically make it impossible to show the rest of the country what is happening. Twitch açık, VPN gerekmiyor. Bir de sol televizyon diye yine de haberdar ediyor az çok. Okay, this Turkish chatter is informing me that Twitch is actually open in Turkey, so you don't even need a VPN to watch me from Turkey right now. From what I understand, though, they also no, this is partisan chatter. This is not Nazi party. Partisan. It's just in reverse. The chatter is like trying to read what the fuck. Partisan. Chatter's trying to read this in reverse and going Nazi trap. Yeah, dude, they have English banners.
In Istanbul last night, demonstrators...
Yeah. Look at the logos. What do you think these guys are... what do you think this guy's political perspective is when you look at those logos?
With police defying a government ban on protest. This, Turkey's biggest show of civil disobedience in well over a decade.
There are major protests in every big city in the country right now. And it all started when Recep Tayyip Erdogan recognized his influence and his prominence and his power was waning and decided to arrest the most popular leader in the opposition parties, the governor / mayor of Istanbul, İmamoğlu. Okay. And he did this by claiming that him and I think 25 or 27 other class members of his actually got their college degree through illicit means. It's all bullshit. They forced the university to revoke their certificates, their diplomas, and then they arrested 100+ people initially that they had declared supporters of İmamoğlu. It was all established. It's all a lie, for the record. In Turkey, you can't become president or run for president without a college degree. I think it's a silly thing in the Constitution to begin with, but and Recep Tayyip Erdogan's degree itself has been called into question on its legitimacy. It's like a little. It's basically like an open secret that he doesn't have a real diploma, but it is a prerequisite to become the president. And previously, I believe it was the premier initially. And since Turkey is now a constitutional, it went from a parliamentary system to a presidential one. Now it's the president that has always needed it, but now it's like the top office in the country because of a referendum that Recep Tayyip Erdogan pushed for after implementing martial law after the coup. Anyway, I don't want to get too far into the weeds. Having said that, this opposition is not united on ideology. There are communists, socialists, Kurdish revolutionary groups. There are even some nationalists in the opposition, like breakaway parties from the ultra-nationalist party. It's a very unique opposition that comprises close to 50%, if not a little bit over 50% of the country. Erdogan's coalition government, on the other hand, is comprised of the ultra-nationalists, the MHP, and Erdogan's own party. However, Erdogan's popularity has obviously dropped tremendously due to hyperinflation and many other issues. And in that process, Erdogan recognizes that his time in office is coming to a close, and fearful of his future prospects, he is turning around and illegally arresting a whole bunch of people. Erdogan also seized the assets of İmamoğlu and claimed that they were also doing criminal activity, and also arrested a bunch of people that were sympathetic to İmamoğlu, journalists and academics alike. Mass suppression is taking place in Turkey. Suppression has always been a tool that Erdogan has utilized in the country, for the record. It's not new. There's no free speech in the country. Erdogan himself actually went to jail once, ironically, for reading a poem. And he has loved the lack of free speech since he's risen to power. and has been in power for the past 22 plus years. What? We gonna keep playing iTag, or are you gonna thank me for the follow? There you go. Let's continue. Bro said, are you gonna thank me for the follow? If I thanked every follower, I would have to just never stream. If I thanked every person that subscribes, I wouldn't even be able to stream. I would just be thanking subscribers. That's why I usually just stick to people who gift 5 subs or more. And even then, there are times when it's impossible for me to thank every single person. Did you lethal that kid for a dumb meme? Yes, I did. Bill Vog, thank you for the 5 gifted. Sex Saver, thank you for the 10 gifted. Maggie Fondor Connoisseur, thank you for the 5. Decoy, thank you for the 5 gifted. Mods, you can unban that person that I swatted away like a fly. I was just memeing. You should thank me for giving you the opportunity to let you follow me. All right. Everybody stop gifting subs. I'm not going to thank people any longer. Okay. It's just, I'm getting back to the story.
Its imperfect democracy seemingly sliding towards elected dictatorship.
Üzülerek söylüyorum.
Istanbul's mayor is Ekrem İmamoğlu. On Wednesday, his wife filmed him getting ready to hand himself over to police waiting outside his home. We're facing great tyranny, he said, but I will continue to fight against the person using this whole process as a tool against me. The person he has in mind is President Erdogan, in power for 23 years and winner of multiple elections, though the press and all the instruments of state seem to have succumbed to his...
Yeah, that's why I say, listen, you need to understand something. Turkish elections are usually not fair, but they still are real elections. And it's important to understand that, regardless of what people say, because it's important to understand that he does have popular support, okay? He will rig the elections in his favor by using the media and through other methods of political suppression against his opposition. But at the end of the day, there is real support, at least across the 50% boundary for him and his coalition. That's why he had to make a coalition, by the way, with MHP. Having said that, right now, ironically enough, this is probably the most popular he has ever been in terms of foreign policy, especially with the Ukraine stuff, especially with Syria. And yet, this is the least popular he's been in the country. So I think that's the reason why he used the goodwill that he got from European leaders who are like, "Oh my God, you did a fantastic job with the Syria stuff. You packed that shit up so neatly, and you're saying, you know, you're going to support Zelensky." He used the lack of interest that Western powers will have in basically saying, what the fuck are you doing to Erdogan? And I haven't really seen a lot of Western leaders criticize him for these insane actions, by the way. But he used that moment of opportunity to present, to basically engage in political repression, supercharged, in a way that is even unique to him. And he's been doing this for a very long time. So if you're wondering why European nations are not talking about this, part of the reason why, with the exception of like some news coverage from like Channel 4 or whatever, I'm talking like, why are European leaders not calling out Erdogan? You might be asking yourself that. And the reason for why is because he has a tremendous amount of support from European leaders right now, because he's like saying he's the protectorate of NATO. He's the protector of NATO at a time when Donald Trump is undermining NATO, right? Erdogan has always used his foreign policy acumen to his advantage to manipulate European politics, whether it be engaging in the destabilization of Syria and then, you know, having his armed militants like his Salafist brigade overtake alongside HDS the Syrian government and occupy it, and then linking up with HDS, or whether it be entertaining 6 million Syrian refugees previously that escaped due to the Syrian civil war and offering them refugee status in the country with the only purpose, not because he's a humanitarian, mind you, but because, one, he wants to be the leader of the Ummah, the entire Muslim world. He loves that. He loves when people glaze him for that. But more importantly than that, he did that specifically so he can use the refugees as a bargaining chip. One, to directly get funds from European countries that he will fill his coffers, his own personal coffers with, which is exactly what he did. and two, because you can use those refugees as a threat. Anytime Erdogan feels stress from European leaders, he'll say, I'm going to drive 6 million Syrian refugees to the Greek border, and they're going to be your problem now. Make no mistake. While I do agree with the actions, and I certainly find myself at odds with the coalition's opinion on the refugee status of Syrian migrants, because I ultimately believe in humanitarian aid and opening up your borders to people who are escaping political instability and violence, I still recognize where Erdogan is coming from, what the motives are here, right? Now, having said that, because of the incredible amount of support that he's garnered in the past couple of months due to his actions in Syria, I think he saw an opening to pounce on his opposition that is very likely going to thwart him and kick him out of power.
Authoritarian will. But the arrest of Mayor İmamoğlu looks like a new low. This evening he was taken to Istanbul's state security court with around 100 others accused of corruption and supporting terrorism. And it may be no coincidence that tomorrow he was due to be nominated as a presidential candidate himself. This was the coastal city of Izmir last night. Along with Istanbul and Ankara, it has an elected mayor from the main opposition party. Turkey has a history of military coups, but these protesters see what's happening as a political coup. Turkey's president going to war with his main political rival. Mr. Erdogan is...
Yeah, he cooked them before he even could fucking run. Also, I do want to point this out. Elon Musk claims to defend free speech, but today he enables authoritarian censorship in Turkey by blocking access to critical accounts on X. This is a global issue. We call on journalists, activists, and the public worldwide to hold him accountable today. Yeah. Elon Musk's social media platform X has suspended several accounts belonging to opposition figures in Turkey amid widespread civil unrest in the country. This fucking piece of shit. Meanwhile, while Twitter is one of the few outlets that people can show political discontent, and Elon Musk is gladly banned opposition accounts. Like I said earlier, the Turkish government has also stopped most broadcasters from showing the protests and the discontent altogether.
71 now. Yesterday he lit a fire to celebrate the Nevruz, or the coming of spring. He was himself arrested when he was mayor of Istanbul.
And is Turkish President Erdogan's move all about timing? Turkish researcher, yeah, Erdogan aims to end İmamoğlu's political career, but he does not worry about global pushback. No. Yeah, I told you. It's because he has the most motion right now. He's got so much momentum. Turkish chatters, I told you this fucking 3 days ago when he first moved in this direction. It's because I understand what's happening. I told you. European leaders are weak right now, and they rely on Erdogan. They're worried about Trump. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They will never criticize Erdogan right now. America, I don't think, gives a single shit about Recep Tayyip Erdogan anyway. He can do whatever he wants. Trump likes him.
And it kick-started his career as Turkey's leader. So he's playing with fire if history now repeats itself. He said he will retire in 2028, but he could engineer an early election or a constitutional change to stay on, presenting himself as an alternative to this week's unrest.
Bir yolsuzluk operasyonu bahane edilerek.
They are trying to create turmoil on our streets, using an anti-corruption operation as an excuse. We won't allow a hand...
Türk dünyası yüzyılı. Oh my God. Erdogan is also such a fucking chameleon. Hey, don't do that. Don't show that. Chatters, come on. Don't show other chatters who are in Turkey who are fucking protesting. What are you, crazy? Do you know how many people watch this fucking broadcast? Are you insane? Don't do that. Operational security, please. I wouldn't even post that, to be fair. But in any case, I will not be showing that here. Anyway, you probably didn't think. It's fine. But be mindful. So Erdogan is such a goddamn chameleon that he went from liberal, Euro-focused privatizer, pro-capitalist privatizer, to expanding the welfare state at times when necessary, to Islamist, who has never really changed trajectory from being an Islamist, to now pan-Turanist, Pan-Turanist who will also restore the caliphate. He's going to restore the caliphate and he's a Pan-Turanist at the same time. Okay? He is literally everything. But more importantly, he is a watermelon salesman. Okay? He's done it all. He's been everything. You could call him at times a social democrat. You could call him a European liberal and a privatizer of state enterprise. That's how he came into office initially. Guy who was like, I don't really care about this gay stuff, to like Islamist who fucking, you can do the political compass memes for him with every direction he has taken. Now his administration is pro-Kurdistan. Not really, but it's wild. It's wild that he is both simultaneously an ultra-nationalist and a Pan-Turanist, but also saying, you know, we're gonna get Abdullah Öcalan out, and he's gonna do a call. He's gonna tell all the Kurds to put down their arms, to lay down their arms. He's everything. Okay, he's everything and more. That's why he's been in power for 22 plus years.
Handful of incompetent, ambitious individuals to attack the peace, to provoke our people, to terrorize and cause worry in Turkey.
Ekrem İmamoğlu, who is 54, won't go quietly, telling counter-terrorism police that he faces unimaginable slanders against him. He's also been stripped of his university degree, which prevents him from running for president. Though his party leader, who now sleeps in the mayor's office, says a proxy could run instead.
If he is unable to apply, then somebody else will be a candidate instead, and they will win. If he faces a political ban, we will turn the next election into a referendum to remove it and set him free.
Turkey's president was today attending to affairs of state. A 21st century sultan who has put his country on the geopolitical map, mediating in conflicts from Syria to Ukraine, and unlikely to face much pushback from President Trump during a trip to Washington planned for next month. Istanbul is home to 16 million people. The question is whether these protests on behalf of their mayor will grow, or whether Mr. Erdogan...
I mean, dude, look at this. This shit happens in Serbia. This shit happens in Turkey. This shit happens in France. It happens in South Korea. It never comes close to this in a lot of Western nations. Like, it never happens like this in the United States of America. And I think that's part of the real reason why you never see like the level of political repression that these administrations engage in here in the United States. They left Saraçhane, that place, left protesters to get mauled by the police.
Erdogan is now so ruthless that he orders whatever it takes to reassert control.
Jonathan Rugman reporting. Well, earlier I spoke to Gönül Tol, who leads the Middle East Institute Turkish program. She joined us from Washington, D.C., and I began by asking her if Mr. Erdogan's move to detain his main opponent, Ekrem İmamoğlu, was a sign of authoritarian rule.
It is indeed a high-risk, high-reward strategy. If things go as Erdogan plans, he can remain in power for life. And what he's trying to do is not just block İmamoğlu's run for presidency in 2028. He also wants to resecure Istanbul municipality. Istanbul is Turkey's biggest town and its economic powerhouse. And Erdogan used the city for many decades to build his clientelistic network. But when those resources were cut off, when Ekrem İmamoğlu won the mayorship in 2019, that was a huge blow to Erdogan's financial network. So he wants to recapture Istanbul, and the terror charges linked to İmamoğlu is because of that.
Turkish democracy, many would argue, has been endangered for some time anyway. Is this now the end of Turkish democracy?
Until now, political scientists consider Turkey's democracy as a competitive authoritarian regime. It is competitive because there are still elections. You still have legitimate political parties, and they actually compete in the elections. But it's authoritarian because Erdogan holds so much power over institutions, over media, over courts, that the playing field is not fair. So far, electoral competition in Turkey has been unfair but real. But this is a turning point. Arresting his strongest rival is a turning point where Erdogan is trying to shift the country into a Putin-style autocracy, where he handpicks his opponents and he won't accept any surprises at the ballot box.
But not without a reaction, right? Because although İmamoğlu is in jail, or because he's in jail, we've seen demonstrations, mass demonstrations in 7 Turkish cities, including Istanbul. More than 300 protesters have been arrested. Does that now mean that opposition politics has moved onto the street?
That's right. And that's why it could backfire. Erdogan's strategy could backfire on him. And in the past, it did. In 2019, when Ekrem İmamoğlu won the municipal elections in Istanbul, Erdogan did not accept the result and call for a rerun. And while in the first round, Ekrem İmamoğlu had won by a razor-thin majority, in the second round, people got so angry and frustrated that they handed Ekrem İmamoğlu a bigger win. So this could easily backfire. And now that hundreds of thousands of people are on the streets, this could turn into something much bigger that Erdogan had not expected.
And could it turn into something much more violent? Because we know that Erdogan has cracked down on the demonstrations by arresting.
That's a real-ass Turkish accent right there, by the way. For those of you who are wondering what the Turkish English accent sounds like, that's it. Straight up. That's what it sounds like.
People, but could he take it to the next level? I mean, could this get really bloody and nasty?
It could. This is the latest demonstration since 2013.
Oh, yeah. The Turkish government also issued travel restrictions to Istanbul to curb the spread of anti-government protests sparked by the detention of a prominent opposition politician. And it's 2:40 a.m. right now, and protests are still going. These are scenes from Taksim. Taksim is a major hub. This is where the very famous Gezi protests also happen. And Taksim Square is like the Times Square kind of the United States of America. İmamoğlu is a true OG style Sakden, by the way. Built multiple metros and train roads in Istanbul. He also built so many municipality-owned food places all over the public parks where they have low as fuck prices for coffee, tea, snacks, and bagels, etc. He also built many halk lokantas, which kind of translates to the people's restaurant, where they serve food for workers at like 1/3 of the private restaurant prices. He kind of gives me hope, not gonna lie. Is the opposition a better alternative for Turkey? Yes. While I certainly have my criticisms of the opposition, especially like the leadership roles within the opposition, I would, yes, 100% yes. First of all, even if they're fucking corrupt, they're not going to be able to be as corrupt as Erdogan. Okay? I'm not even saying they're not going to be corrupt, but let's be real, okay? It is virtually impossible for them to be as bad as Erdogan and as corrupt as Erdogan. It's just not possible because he is one of the best in the world at both of those things. And when I say that, I mean like it's like him, Vladimir Putin, you know what I mean? Like there's a handful like few people on this planet that are able to command such large economies as if it is their own personal as if it's their own personal wallet. Like he is so insanely fucking corrupt. It is crazy. It is honestly, it is genuinely one of the few instances, like I always say, when people talk about North Korea, right? They're like, oh, it's actually entirely because of the fucking Kim family and like their corrupt dynasty. And that's the reason why the people are so poor. It's like, no, it's the sanctions, right? But with Turkey truly is one of the few places where you can make the argument that like one fucking family and their besties are almost entirely responsible for all of the pain and all the struggle that people experience. Now, having said that, has he also been responsible for the expansion of the welfare state? Absolutely. Okay? Absolutely. It's interesting because people get mad at that and they're like, oh, he's just like winning votes. I don't have an issue with that. I don't personally have an issue with like winning votes. Okay? The issue I have is that he has created this political machine that basically relies on people going out and voting for him. And that's the only way that you can get the financial aid necessary to survive, while also simultaneously doing the worst building practices, as we saw some of the implementation of said awful business practices and rampant corruption within the party structure. that had a devastating impact on the infrastructure in the aftermath of the massive earthquake in Turkey, which he still won an election afterwards, after that fucking violence. Wasn't Turkey a military dictatorship before Erdogan? No. What? No. There have been times when there have been military coups in Turkey, yes. But no, Turkey is not a military dictatorship. There have been moments in Turkish history where the administration has been overthrown by the military only to have elections afterwards. Military coups. Protestocu bir genç plastik mermileri aldırış etmeden polis politikanın önünde şınav çekti. Vay be. He's one of the protesters were doing push-ups in front of the cops as they were peppering him with less than lethal bullets. They're literally shooting him. This is why we say ACAB is universal, by the way. Is the Kim family not responsible for the state of North Korea at all? No, they are, for sure. But it's a blip in comparison to the massive harm done to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea from Western powers, like a full-blown blockade implemented and continued in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, when they desperately needed any kind of aid, especially when there was a massive famine that nuked half the fucking country. Yeah. Their leadership, their authoritarian leadership certainly plays a role in the conditions of North Koreans, of course. But it is a minor responsibility when you consider the major responsibility of the embargo, full-blown sanctions on Korea. Abi gözünü seveyim bak. Oğlum salak mısın? Baktım. Allah Allah. Kendim retweet ettim zaten. Ben de tweet ettim amına koyayım. Allah Allah. Ne diyorsun lan? Bak. Benim Twitter'ıma bak istiyorsan. Al. A blip, Lamau. You can cope all you want. You can cope all you want. Is Erdogan in power forever? I mean, seemingly. He will maintain power forever by doing shit like this.
2013, again, hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets to protest Erdogan's policies. And since then, Erdogan has taken steps to clamp down further on mass protests and to make sure these wide-scale protests do not occur. Until now, you've seen police being very cautious, although since yesterday night, we've seen the police violence ramping up. So this could get a lot worse.
And just finally, I mean, Donald Trump is rearranging the geopolitical furniture everywhere with his actions and his pronouncement. Is President Erdogan taking any inspiration from the way that President Trump is behaving?
Yes, I think President Trump's return to the White House had a huge impact on the way foreign autocrats behave. In the past, there was a slight concern in Ankara about how Washington might react to these repressions. Not anymore. So that's number one. Number two is Trump's return to the White House has created this vulnerability among European capitals. They think that they are now all alone, trying to defend themselves.
Yeah, and Erdogan is the second largest military in NATO. And the more he says he's pro-Ukraine, the more European leaders will go, okay, you can do whatever you want. We don't like it. We think you're barbaric, but we can't say anything.
Against an aggressive Russia without American help, which forced them to engage Erdogan. So there is now a political climate, international political climate, where the West really doesn't want to see.
Like, as much as I despise Erdogan, the one thing that I will always give him credit for, even though I don't want to, is the fact that he is pretty conniving. He is very conniving. He's a very smart dude in both maintaining a level of support, no matter what, from his base, and also very good at managing being a regional power and the second largest and maintaining the second largest standing military in NATO. You don't stay in power for 22 plus years without doing that.
Say anything to Erdogan because of the things that he's doing to his own people, and Erdogan knows that, and that's really what one of the reasons why he is so emboldened to do these things.
Gönül Tol, thank you very much indeed.
Here's the NBC coverage on it. Protests in Turkey surge over detainment of Istanbul mayor.
Tonight, protests in Turkey reaching a boiling point. Street demonstrators clashing violently with police after the main political rival of the nation's president, Tayyip Erdogan, was detained. Turkish police blasting crowds with water cannons in Izmir and using tear gas to break up protests in the capital city of Ankara. Despite a ban on demonstrations, thousands also flooding the streets in Istanbul over what they call the undemocratic detention of Istanbul's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, who was set to be announced as a presidential candidate this weekend and leads President Erdogan in some polls.
70 yaşındayım.
This 70-year-old protester saying as long as they don't release İmamoğlu, we're not leaving.
Üzülerek söylüyorum.
On Wednesday, İmamoğlu posting a video saying police were at his door prior to an early dawn raid.
I would say that the only difference between like Russia, the only difference between Russia and Turkey at this stage basically is that the opposition leadership is like an eclectic group of people that don't have any sort of like real ideological coalition beyond overthrowing Erdogan. But they are still a real opposition, and they represent the real 50+% of the population, as opposed to in Russia, the opposition is completely controlled. They are also at the behest of Vladimir Putin. That's the major difference.
He faces charges that include graft and aiding a terrorist group. İmamoğlu denies all allegations against him. His Republican People's Party condemns the move as politically motivated and say other prominent opposition figures were also taken into custody.
Very often, there is no rule of law in Erdogan's Turkey, and currently Turkey's jails are full of Erdogan's political opponents. Turkish constitution has a very vague terrorism concept, so
Hey, Americans, when I said America is Turkifying at an alarming rate, this is what I was talking about, by the way. To all the dumbass like hogs that come in here and watch me to be like, you're so stupid. You're so stupid, Hassan. It's based to like call anything and everything terrorism and like jail people. Okay, this is it. This is the product. You like that?
he uses that in order to attack his opponents.
Turkey's government denies claims of targeting its political rivals. But on Friday, Erdogan warning against illegal calls from the opposition for protests, saying, "We will not give in to vandalism or street terrorism." Turkey's interior minister confirming dozens of protesters have been arrested.
And to the Turks who are anti-Kurd, just like I tell Israelis who are anti-Palestinian and not anti-Zionist, this chatter is correct. This behavior isn't new. Erdogan has routinely jailed Kurdish politicians on a regular basis throughout his tenure. Exactly. When you don't recognize that that shit is completely unacceptable, it will expand to your favorite political leader, and it will expand to you as well one day. That's how it works. So in America, you might be thinking, for example, to bring it back here for a moment, if you're an American and you think, oh, I'm safe, I'm an American citizen. The fuck do you mean? Okay, these guys that are getting packed up are immigrants. They're insignificant, inconsequential. Who cares about what happens to them? Guess what? Eventually, it will fuck you over too. And if you don't actually immediately start protesting against that shit when it happens, you are going to be facing a challenge that you will not be able to overcome. You're misleading people on Erdoğan. Üzülerek yaşıyoruz burada. Opposition can't run this country more than a month. Turkey gets better every day. I guess US as well. Erdoğan isn't even tiny bit anti-Kurd. You're misleading people on Erdoğan. Oh, memleket, hometown, because he's capable to reach agreement with any group of the country. Yeah. We got Erdoğan supporters. Reis'e laf yok. Reis'e laf yok. Salak herif. Oğlum, dinliyorum. Ulan dinliyorsan aç kulaklarını iyi dinle. Eğer Erdoğan, bu CHP koalisyonu ülkeyi yönetemezse bir aydan daha fazla niye hapse atıyor Ekrem İmamoğlu'nu? Atmasın, kazansın, ondan sonra bok etsinler ülkeyi o zaman yani. Ondan sonra AKP geri gelir başa. Gurbette yaşamıyorsa piçim. Almancı mı sence? Yok değil bence. Almancı değil. Elazığ'dayım. Vay amına koyayım. Gurbetçi değilmiş. Antalya'da yaşıyorum. Kesin Almancı, Türkçe bilen AKP'li mi olur? Is the opposition anti-Israel and aesthetic? No, Erdogan is anti-Israel and aesthetic. If there's one guy who actually has the power to shut off the entirety of the electricity grid of Israel, it's Recep Tayyip Erdogan. The very fact that it has not happened means that his opposition to Israel is purely aesthetic. Don't ever tell an Erdogan supporter that reality, by the way. They will get so mad. They'll be like, no, what are you saying? I remember when Erdogan himself was not so pro-Hamas as he is now, okay? Just remember that. And same goes for the fucking opposition too. And same goes for all the weird fascists who hate Arabs in Turkey because they think they're superior to Arabs in Turkey. They think like, no, you don't understand. The Western world will welcome us with open arms because we are different than the Arabs. We're a Western nation. Yeah, right, dude. Europeans don't even like Polish people, and those motherfuckers are Christian. What are you talking about? They literally think you are exactly the same as Arabs, okay? You're Muslim. That's it. You can say you're an atheist all day, every day. No American will ever treat you. No Westerner will ever look at you as a true European person, okay? No matter how much you fucking chirp, no matter how much, you are no different than the Hindutva fascists here in the United States of America that are pro-Trump, that are going to fucking inevitably be deported by our fascist government, okay? Every time I say this, Turkish people clip this shit and start posting it on every fucking forum, and they get so mad at me, okay? Initially, I yelled at Turkish chatters in the immediate aftermath of October 7, okay? In the immediate aftermath of October 7, I yelled at the Turkish chatters who were telling me, like, you know, that they're pro-Israel and fuck Hamas, fuck Palestine, whatever, okay? And I told them that they're dogs, okay? That they're lower. That their status will never be elevated in the eyes of Europeans, no matter how hard they fucking present themselves as pro-Israel and how hard they say that they're better than Arabs, okay? And they clipped it and they got so mad at me. But you want to know something that's very funny? Every single group that posted that clip and got mad at me is now openly pro-Palestine. Every single one of those leaders of the individuals that posted those clips, every single one of them is now unconditionally pro-Palestine. Many of their fucking leaders literally lied about their initial defense of Israel. If you ask them about it, they'll go, oh, what do you mean? No, I was never pro-Israel. What are you talking about? Yeah. What happened? What happened? Ne oldu? Beni koyuyordunuz ekşi sözlüğe. Hasan Türklere köpek diyor falan diye. Koyuyordunuz beni ekşi sözlüğe. Bağırıyordunuz orada. Şimdi niye bağırıyorsunuz İsrail katil diye? Seviyordunuz İsrail'i. Ne oldu? Götünüze girdi mi o? Bana dönüp ondan sonra Batı'nın köpeği diyorlar. İngiliz uşağı diyorlar. Ulan Batı'nın köpeği İngiliz uşağı İsrail'i sever. Anyway.
Posting on X that at least 37 social media users were also detained for sharing posts inciting public hatred or
Daha babandan
crime.
dolayı FETÖ'cü diyorlar. Evet, o da çok komik amına koyayım. Bana FETÖ'cü demeleri en komiği. Hem bir yandan diyorlar ki topum ben. Çünkü tırnaklarımı boyuyorum. Ondan sonra FETÖ'cü diyorlar amına koyayım. Bu komik tabii, çünkü bir yandan Amerika'da da aynen bu şekilde bana devamlı laf ediyorlar. Türkiye'de de laf ediyorlar bu şekilde. Abi sana demokratlar ajanı diyorlardı en son. Demokratların ajanı. Anyway.
Residents now worried about the crackdown.
Yani her şeyimizi...
This woman saying anyone who raises their voice is thrown in jail. Matt Bradley, NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
Yeah, I could be the Asmongold of Turkey and say that Reis is doing the best. I could simply be the Erdogan of Turkey and just be like, yeah, based. Reis. Anyway, top Houthi official says, we are at war with America as the U.S. resumes strikes.
Overnight, Houthi rebels fired another missile at Israel.
Kebab gold. No, Osmanlı gold. Osmanlı. Osmanoğlu gold. Osmanoğlu. Altın Osmanoğlu. Not Reis, now he is Sultan. Yeah. Sultan olmuş adam. Reis değil artık. How can Turkey cut off power to Israel? More than 20% of the entire electricity grid from Israel comes by way of Turkey from Azerbaijan. If Turkey wanted to shut off Israel's power, they literally could. Or more than 20%. I'm getting the percentages wrong, I think.
From their base in Yemen. The Houthis are labeled by the United States as a foreign terrorist organization supported by Iran. And yesterday, President Trump once again demanded Iran cease its support and wrote of the Houthis, they will be completely annihilated. Nick Schifrin speaks to a top Houthi official and reports how the Trump administration hopes its new airstrike campaign will succeed where previous ones have failed.
In the Red Sea once again.
The U.S. Navy is at war.
Say bye-bye, Americans. Bye-bye to free college. Every time you watch one of these videos, remember, bye-bye to free healthcare. Let's wave away. Bye-bye. Trump acting like he fucking hates Brandon. So much war caused by Brandon. Thank God he's doing something very different than Brandon. Oh, that's right. He's doing the exact same thing that Brandon did. Operation Save Amazon Prime 2 Electric Boogaloo, baby. Donald Trump saved Gaza in one day, saved Ukraine in one day. The great peacekeeper. Bless him. Every time the secular right sabotages the elections, they blame it on the left, claiming we didn't go hard enough to change the minds of hogs from Kaiser. The same fucking thing the centrists do in the U.S. Only difference is that we get jailed and tortured in Turkey, yeah.
For 6 days, the U.S. has launched dozens of strikes and sorties attacking Houthi targets in Yemen, including for the first time Houthi leadership.
At the end of the day, we are at war with America, and of course there will
Is bro rocking a Herman Miller? Because respect, if that's the
be
case.
casualties, but these casualties do not include senior leadership.
Jamal Amer is the Houthi foreign minister. We spoke to him from the Houthi-controlled Yemeni capital, Sana'a.
Civilians in Sana'a were bombed.
It's so funny because they will fucking be like, oh, the Houthi-controlled capital Sana'a. First of all, I can't believe PBS is platforming a terrorist, okay? I'm sure all of the liberal slop tubers who claim that they're apolitical centrists but also love American violence will turn around and get real mad about this shit. That's number one. Of course they won't. Number two, yeah, the snark slop tubers whose only understanding of worldviews is worldview global events is basically what does Hassan think? Okay, I'm against that. So the other thing I was gonna say is like when these guys say like a Houthi controlled Sana'a, that's a stupid way to approach this. Ansar Allah is the current administration in control of Yemen. Okay, the civil war is done. There's no more outside elements that are even involved in trying to dismantle the current leadership. And virtually every single group that engaged in armed combat backed by the UAE or backed by Saudi Arabia or even Al-Qaeda itself has basically fucking dropped their arms and either directly support the Ansar Allah movement and its blockade and the implementation of the blockade as long as the genocide in Gaza continues, or they're just not saying anything. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh my God. Trump and White House officials claim that their aggression on Yemen is killing our children and peoples to protect the American people. Well, just look at Jackson Hinkle. See how we torture him and put him at risk in a traditional Yemeni outfit. Ay. I'm not going to say nothing, okay? I'm not saying nothing, okay? Jackson Hinkle literally is, one, pro-Trump, like openly, and two, is pro-Tulsi Gabbard openly. Like, what are you... Yeah, whatever. Hey, listen, I'm not saying nothing, all right? I'm not saying nothing. I'm sure he's not a... I'm sure he's a real... You're saying something? Yeah, people get really mad at me when I point out how interesting it is that you got, in the United States of America, dudes like Mahmoud Khalil being fucking deported and arrested. Okay, legal permanent residence for the crime of protesting Israel's genocide and being a student activist leader. And Jackson Hinkle's just fucking doing whatever he wants, okay? Doing whatever he wants all around the world. It's just odd that he's, pro-Trump and openly a MAGA communist, and he's still, he found a unique avenue where he's just both pro-Trump and also pro-Ansar Allah.
Bombed because the capital was targeted.
Houthi authorities say the strikes have wounded or killed dozens, including children. The U.S. denies any civilian casualties and instead blames the Houthis for bringing it on themselves. Beginning in November 2023, Houthi rebels targeted, seized commercial vessels, and kidnapped and killed foreign sailors. The Houthis claim to target ships linked to Israel in solidarity.
I don't think they killed foreign sailors. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember them. I don't remember them killing foreign sailors. Did they? Maybe they did. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe they did. These commercials, kidnapped, kill. Who do they kill? Oh, they did. This was their first fatal attack. Houthi claimed missile attack on Greek-operated Barbados flag commercial ship kills 3 sailors off the coast of Yemen. They did. Correcting the record here. Yeah, they were showing the Galaxy Leader apprehension. That did not, there were no casualties in that one. The Houthis claimed responsibility for the attack on Wednesday was set the Liberian-owned Barbados flagship True Confidence ablaze approximately 50 nautical miles off the coast of Yemen's port of Aden. The U.S. Military Central Command reported 3 fatalities, at least 4 injuries, of 3 are in critical condition, as well as significant damage to the ship. 2 aerial photos released by U.S. military show the ship's bridge and cargo on board ablaze. These reckless attacks by the Houthis have disrupted global trade and taken the lives of international seafarers simply doing their jobs, which are some of the hardest jobs in the world. Earlier on Wednesday, the United Kingdom's Maritime Trade Operations Agency and the vessel was no longer under the command of the crew. They had abandoned it. Brigadier General Yahya Sadi, a Houthi military spokesman, claimed the attack in a pre-recorded message saying its missile set the blaze. He said the rebels' attack would only stop when the siege on the Palestinian people in Gaza is lifted. After the missile hit, the crew abandoned the ship and deployed lifeboats. A U.S. warship and the Indian Navy were on board the scene, trying to assist the rescue efforts. The Jarek said the attacks are causing risk to property, to life, and ecology in the area. Houthi fighters in the Yemen have repeatedly launched drones and missiles against international commercial shipping since mid-November. Houthi attacks have disrupted global shipping, forcing firms to reroute to the longer and more expensive journey around southern Africa. Breaking a blockade is dangerous, but it's still fucked up. Come on, dude. What are you talking about? Unless you're Israel, when you can kill international global charity organizations and their members, and you can totally get away with that because you were doing a genocide. If you are against the genocide and trying to implement a blockade, and in that instance you end up killing seafarers, of course that's the. I mean, I personally do think it's unacceptable. For the record, I just want to make sure you understand. Like, these are random fucking sailors, you know. Like, implementing a blockade is one thing, but blowing up a ship and then killing sailors is not even remotely appropriate. It was not on purpose, I know, but still. Despite more than a month and a half of U.S.-led air raids on the Houthis, the group has remained capable of launching significant attacks. How do you enforce a blockade then? Overtake the ships like they did in the past. Were they armed? No, I don't think they were armed. No, I don't think these were like, this was completely, this was, no, they didn't have guns. Chat, you don't have to fucking literally assume that every single action taken by the Ansar Allah movement is ultimately the correct action. There's no reason to, like, yes, these are not armed boats, okay? They're international commercial shipping vessels. They don't have any arms on them. It's illegal to have any arms on them. Yeah. Houthi assault on Tuesday apparently targeted the USS Carney, an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer that has been involved in the U.S. campaign against the rebels. The attack on Carney involved bomb-carrying drones on an anti-tank ballistic missile. The U.S. later launched an air raid, destroying 3 anti-ship missiles and 3 bomb-carrying drone boats, Central Command said. Imamoglu is sent to court for arrest as of this moment. They're sending him to the court.
Solidarity with Gaza, but their targets were much wider. During the Gaza ceasefire, they paused their attacks on ships. But when Israel blocked humanitarian aid to Gaza, the Houthis vowed to respond. And last Saturday, President Trump ordered the new strikes that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth told Fox News will continue until the Houthis stop.
This will continue until you say, we're done shooting at ships, we're done shooting at assets.
Will you stop your targeting of Navy ships and commercial ships?
When the siege on Gaza ends, the tension in the Red Sea will end. Therefore, when Gaza receives aid and Israel implements the agreement, everything will end.
Will you expand your attacks to U.S. bases in Djibouti and the United Arab Emirates?
Now that the USS Truman is targeting Yemen, Truman is being targeted back. But as the war expands, missiles and aircrafts launched against Yemen will be hit.
The Houthis are an Iranian-backed rebel group that in 2014 seized Sana'a. Their enemy, the soldiers of the internationally recognized government of Yemen, supported by a Saudi-led coalition that failed to defeat the Houthis with 7 years of U.S.-backed airstrikes.
We don't want a long, limited war in the Middle East. We don't care what happens in the Yemeni civil war. This is about stopping the shooting at assets in that critical waterway to reopen freedom of navigation, which is a core national interest of the United States. And Iran has been enabling the Houthis for far too long. They better back off.
The U.S. and UN say Iran provides the Houthis parts for its advanced missiles, as well as funding, training, and intelligence, something the Houthis in Iran deny.
Has Iran asked you to restrain your response to the U.S. strikes?
Iran doesn't direct Yemen. Yemen is a sovereign state, and we do not accept directives from anyone.
Iran has had its strategic air defense removed by Israel. Hezbollah has had its leaders killed and its political influence in Lebanon diminished. And Hamas itself has had its leaders killed and its military capacity severely diminished. Do you acknowledge that the so-called axis of resistance is at its weakest point in years?
We are not entirely dependent on our allies. We merely help our allies. So this is a Yemeni decision, allies or not.
The Houthis run a de facto government that oversees most of Yemen's population. Their critics say they govern not for the people, but for themselves, and collect taxes to wage war despite...
Oh, that's crazy. Why don't you use OBS? What? I do use OBS. What are you talking about? The fuck? Oh, that's crazy. I can't believe it. Most people that are overseas and not in Yemen don't like the current administration. Okay. It seems like the people in Yemen do, though. He said, why do you use OBS? Wait, what? Why do I use OBS as opposed to what? OBS is one of the greatest fucking inventions of all time. Everybody uses OBS. They just use reskinned versions of OBS that people make money off of. Open source is one of the greatest things. XSplit? Is that the other thing? Okay. OBS is amazing. I love open source. I love open source software in general. It's everything that I advocate for. It's everything that I love.
Despite claims they want peace.
You bombed government ports. You've refused to recognize the UN-backed government. Until you take that step of recognition, how can anyone take seriously
You refuse to recognize the UN-backed government?
your claim that you want peace?
Like, how do you not feel embarrassed? How do you not fucking feel embarrassed to say that when the UN also is not backing the Israeli government's genocide, and these guys are literally the only fucking game in town outside of like Iran as an independent entity in the region as a state that's trying to do something to stop the genocide?
The so-called legitimate government is a byproduct of Saudi Arabia, of course. So we've never spoken to them. There's always been dialogue and discussion with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
But over the last year, the Houthis have arrested dozens of UN workers. One World Food Program employee died in Houthi custody.
Why do you keep detaining UN staff? Many of these people have spent their lives trying to help others, doing humanitarian work.
Only 23 of the 2,000 Yemeni employees working with international organizations were detained. Therefore, we confirm that our government will work on strengthening relations with the United Nations.
But the U.S. military says the Houthis seized food from a World Food Program storage depot in Sadda. Why are you doing this when that food is designed for the Yemeni people?
The food that belongs to the civilians is only taken when there were attacks on Sana'a and the warehouse was threatened. So we took the food and distributed it to people in need.
And they are in need. Yemen is one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. And now...
Yeah, good thing we're fucking bombing them again. Every administration has bombed Yemen. Every single one. How insane, dude. Oh my God. It is... We are the bad guys, okay? We are the bad guys. It's all cope. It's wild that we bomb the fucking poorest country on the planet that was under a Western coalition force-backed genocide and full-blown blockade that caused a major famine in the country. And then after a peace agreement was secured by China between Iran, which is the nation state backing the Ansar Allah movement, which is the government of Yemen, and Saudi Arabia and UAE, which were backing the previous administration or coalition forces against the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen. After that period of brief peace was implemented, as soon as Yemen decided to implement a fucking blockade on the Red Sea alongside their coastline in an effort to incur in an effort to create economic punishments for Israel for the crime of doing a genocide, all of a sudden it's, back to square one. Time to bomb them into oblivion again. It's wild to me that people don't recognize that the dudes doing that are the bad guys. If the Houthis are targeting ships, is the U.S. supposed to do what? Genuine question, because I'm not getting it. I understand that displacing people in a poor country is awful, but if they're attacking back, what's the solution to that? It's a very simple solution. Look to the time period where there were no ships being targeted or attacked. Before October 7, before Israel's genocide on Gaza, and also during periods of ceasefire. America controls Israel. It's not the other way around. America could stop Israel doing a genocide in Gaza. America refuses to do so. So Yemen, being one of the few countries, is trying to use their geopolitical conditions or their place on the map and the limited amount of power that they have to do anything, to try to do something, anything, to make it more costly for Israel to conduct this genocide. I'm sorry. The solution is very simple. Americans, especially in mainstream media, desperately avoid that conversation. One must ask the question, why? He said it in the interview. He said, the only thing that will stop us, you can keep bombing us all day, every day. This is not something new for us. The only thing that will stop us from implementing this blockade is if Israel stops doing a genocide in Gaza. It's that simple. And yet, for some weird reason, Americans are never even broaching that question. Israel is not a natural disaster. It's a nation state. It's a fascist nation state. It's that simple. Just as I would not discount the resistance against Nazi Germany in World War II, if there were nation states before the Allied forces that were trying to do everything they can to harm the German economy in an effort to stop them from setting up concentration camps and the like, even though obviously the rest of the world was not aware of the actions of Germany at the time because they didn't have fucking internet. What is this? Here you go. Show this former podcast co-host. Show them that your community takes anti-Semitism seriously. What is this? USA is sold to Jews? Yeah, banned. Of course they're banned. Anyway, virtue signaling accusations incoming. Yeah, those people are, anyone that says that this community doesn't take anti-Semitism seriously is a fucking delusional loser who is not paying attention or are clearly trying to lie to their audience. You might have noticed that my screen is getting smaller, and perhaps there's a reason for that. And that reason is maybe it's time for Assassin's Creed Shadows once again. And that is the case, yes. It's time for some delicious gaming. Oh, shit. I should have plugged the controller in before I started it. Hold on. Promises made, promises kept. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you, believe me. I told you to believe me. I said, we'll do gaming. You'll say, please, sir, don't game any longer. You have gamed so much. You have gamed the most anyone's ever gamed, sir. Hold on. Thank you to Assassin's Creed for sponsoring this stream. Here, I'm going to send this real quick. Why isn't this working? Uh-oh. Gaming blast off? Yes. Hold on. Thank you for the meme. Hold on. Get in now for gaming. Hold on. Boom. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Here it is, folks. Blasting off. The older I get, the more severe my sneezes become, I feel. You see that? I'm getting that grandpa sneeze, dude. No way, I'm my beloved, you say. Hold on. I hope this doesn't brick it again. Hold up. Let's see. Okay, it's plugged and it's not bricked. Let's go. Everything's working. One day you'll throw your bag out sneezing? I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. How dare you?
Well, it's a humble beginning, but we'll need a lot of foundation to make that mountain Chue always told me about.
So I guess this is my base camp, right? Chue.
This will build a strong roof.
I'm not really a big base builder guy, but how do you do drops? You just watch. That's it. That's all you need to do. I think you need to connect your Ubisoft account to your Twitch account though. You can also subscribe by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster, the #1 gamer on the platform,
That's
HasanAbi Piker.
Time to build, I guess.
Thank you, Ubisoft, for sponsoring the stream. We're playing Assassin's Creed Shadow. Build the Kakurega. No, I'm not going to change the... Chatters, stop asking me about changing the language to Japanese. It's not going to happen. Wait, what? Wait, why can't I connect it? Am I doing it right? Am I not doing it right? Or am I supposed to be building the stables? Oh, they already have stables. Never mind. Rustic roof. Available scouts can bring back Mon at season end. Build. You can connect it. You just messed up. How do I connect it? Worst ending? Wait, why are you guys saying that? Stop. Don't say that. Why is it not building? Oh, I don't have enough resources for this one. It has more square footage than your house, yet no one cancels Naoe over it? Yeah. That's true. But to be fair, it's a very different real estate market in feudal Japan. You know what I mean?
Junjiro! Sorin!
What the hell? These guys saw that I had a house, immediately show up.
My apologies for our unannounced arrival.
I've come to stay with you.
What?
What?
I had thought I was doing some good by staying at Makino Odera. But your fiery spirit showed me that, in truth, I was hiding, sinking my roots too deep in the mountain soil.
But where will you go? What will you do?
A pilgrimage, I think. A slow one if these old bones have any say.
And I've come to stay with you.
He hasn't ceased talking about you since the moment you left.
Alex and Alexa every time you come to LA. True.
Do chores, feed the horses.
My home.
I'm not going to say there's no place for a child because I want Junjiro. I want Junjiro to stay with me.
Really?
This tubby-faced, iPad-faced kid. He's going to have to die for the story to advance. You know what I mean?
Now, are we? You were the one who said we needed allies. Think of Junjiro as our first recruit.
Don't touch that.
Thank you, Ubisoft, for sponsoring the stream.
Will you be all right?
You don't believe me capable.
I guess you've proven me wrong before.
Do take care of him. You two are more alike than you know.
Please do the lesbian route. 100%, don't worry.
What is this? Here. This mark.
That one was wounded. My father sliced off his ear in the melee.
There's a man in Sakai rumored to have lost an ear some months ago. I
Damn,
hear his
word
men
gets
have
around
clashed
fast.
with Kyonyo and his monks at a temple, somewhere in southeast Setsu.
Monks?
Survivors from Honganji, the Ikoiki. Kyonyo is their leader now. Maybe he could give you information.
Anything else?
The Teppo. What are those etchings?
Gold, I think. Even in the moonlight alone, I could still see them. Never knew a teppo could shine like that.
Then you've never been to the markets of Sakai. The craftsmen there are like none other. Someone in Sakai will lead you to this gun. Follow your instincts. Sakai is a big city, Naoe. Full of danger, yes, but also allies. Eyes open for those who might help our cause.
Right.
And if you're near the blacksmith shops, find Heiji. Looks like a bear. Forges
Is this
like a
Disco
master.
Elysium that you talk about a lot?
He
Yeah.
owes me a favor.
Disco Elysium.
I will track down who we're looking for. Where?
All right, go to the objectives menu. Yasuke, Naoe, People of Iga, Hideout, The League. Okay, I'm skipping this. Okay, quests. The Onryo. We're gonna find out about the guy with the golden, the golden teppo, and the wounded. Okay, those are my 2 quests for now. Ido Yoshihiro is dead. Spoilers? What do you mean? What's up, little man? Kakurega allow fast travel. Can I fast travel to a place I haven't been to yet? Probably not. Hover over this guy? Wait, where's the? Oh, the Onryo? Like this? No. Oh, this. No, this. That's the one I want to track. Talk to the gunsmiths. Do the Nao Kirikiri quest first. Wait, this one? Wounds are only physical. Now I revisits her days in Iga using Kujikiri to make sense of her past. You want me to do this quest first? I'm confused. Why are you so indecisive? Just pick one and do it. Okay, I'm gonna do this one. I'm just gonna do this one because it takes me to the same place. No, I wish I could do the which character's combat is more fun. I think Yasuke's combat might be a little bit more fun, but this one is a little bit more like straight line Assassin's Creed, you know? What the hell is this?
Oh! Miss Naoe!
Monta?
You survived the fall of Iga.
That Oda Nobunaga.
She's gonna take me to the forest to eat again, dude.
Prey, no
What
doubt.
does he want? We've done nothing to them.
What they all say they want. Peace. But I would guess the real answer is we could be tiny mice in a hole, but within his walls, Oda Nobunaga will not stop his knife until we have stopped scratching.
Then
What?
we have to stop him first.
What?
And
This
with
guy's
your
just
father
running.
and Momochi Sandayu, we stand a great chance.
Momochi Sandayu will fight with us? Oda Nobukatsu will be finished by sunrise tomorrow.
By nightfall. Come, we are getting close.
Guy was running, freaking out, and we didn't even. We just casually let him pass
this
us.
is the one. Take a closer look at that shrine. There.
There's something here.
Chatter asks, what does this game have to do with the Assassin's Creed universe? I don't know. Considering that every other game has been all around the planet and is also a work of historical fiction, I suspect that some stuff will be revealed inevitably to all of us.
Is this your katana?
I hid it when I
Damn.
thought Iga would
Okay,
see
Matsu.
peace for good. How
Matsu
wrong
make
I
it more
was.
than Katsu, if you know what I'm saying.
But now,
It's Chop City.
Mine?
Naoe, you are all Nagato has. It is why he protects you so. But when destiny comes to your door, you must answer. Blade first at times.
Thank you, Auntie Matsu.
Obaba, it is not safe. You are Nagato and Tsu's daughter.
Yes, my name is Naoe.
The resemblance is striking. Can you fight like your father?
Yes, sir, I can. He has taught me.
I lied.
Today will be your greatest test. When you're ready, get to the edge of Nagano Pass. Stay low. Do not attack.
I just straight up lied to that guy. I just straight up lied to Momochi.
Will you be all right? Can you get back home?
Like you said,
Auntie
I
said
can
let that
fend
chopper
for
sing?
myself.
Yes.
Fly forward like a dragonfly.
I believe that.
I am Igan too, you know.
Goodbye, Auntie. I will be strong.
I lied to get my job, and I'm doing well. Yeah, I mean, who amongst us hasn't lied a little bit, embellished a little bit on their CB?
Oda Nobunaga's men could be anywhere.
Where are they?
Stay hidden. Best if I remain unseen.
Where are they? Oh, shit. I think they saw me. No, it's fine. I'll dip. I'll get out of their way. Hey, my bad, bro. My bad, bro. Hey, yo, chill. Oh, cutscene save. Oh my god, I'm ass. Kiss me, you fool. Oh, never mind. I thought this was gonna be like a love interest. Like he just accidentally attacked me because even though we're in the same village. Turns out he was just the enemy. Unk, this is what Japan is like? Yeah, this is my first kill, dude. First blood, baby. I need Naoe to kill me like that. What? Are they shooting at me? Do they know where I'm at? I feel like they know where I'm at, don't they? Oh, this guy's just straight up. Oh! Wakarimashita! Nagano! Bro, I had one job was to lay low and I fucked it up. Well, this is what happens. This is what, honestly, this is what happens when you...
What? What's happening? Why is this happening? I'm getting closer. Are they everywhere? If I have to kill again, I'll...
Yes, I said I understand it now. Wakarimashita. Yamate kudasai, enemy-san. Nice stealth, by the way. You're welcome. Dude, these guys are badass, by the way. Okay, the music goes crazy.
What are you waiting for? Attack! Attack!
Shatters be like, I want the dubbed version. Meanwhile, I'm speaking fluent Japanese. You know what I mean? Oh my god. It is the coolest period. Okay, it's over. It just straight up, nothing comes close, dude.
Regroup! Regroup!
Katana sword fighting is objectively the coolest period. God, no way, you are such an L nerd. Oh my god.
Lost, are you? Iga should have surrendered.
Iga does not know surrender.
I forgot the controls. Okay, I remember the controls, it's fine. Oh, dude, I break your back, bitch. Cut, chop, chop, chop, chop, chop.
You can't
Oh. Oh, yes. Why is there rock in medieval Japan? You know we have a sword fighting culture at home, right? Yeah, but it's nowhere near as cool as the katanas and the samurai armor.
I killed him, Chichiue. He was as big as a...
Are you hurt? Answer me!
This is not my blood.
You disobeyed me. She obeyed my orders. I asked her to defend Iga.
Yeah, it's Momochi.
She is my daughter! Is she not Egan? Was Iga not attacked? We had defense enough. Now I did not do as she was told.
You tell me to stay with Matsu, I stay with Matsu. Momochi-san, you tells me to defend Iga, I defend Iga.
Now...
I do what I am told. I have never done anything less.
You killed this man?
Yes.
Formidable fool. You have made Iga proud today, Naoe. It's time to go home. The battle is over. The battle is over, my friend. But the war has just begun.
I cooked that Oda Brute, dude. Oda Brute's got nothing on me. Do we have tone indicators because this autistic ass community? Yes. Wait, why is the Pathfinder off? What is happening? Oh, there it is. Shinobi's over samurai. I don't know if I agree with that. I do love me some samurai action. Do you like the movements of the earth? Do you like orb movements of the earth? Yeah, it's incredible anime. I thought you were asking me if I like the movements of this earth in this game. A visually striking composition. Thank you, Ubisoft, for sponsoring the stream. Is this it? Japanese maple. Am I going the right way? Show me again. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Good ad king? Yeah, you already know, baby. I got the best ads.
All of you, I have failed as a son.
What is this? Let's talk to this guy.
Are you all right?
The dinos squabble over rice and trample the inner. So I'm leaving tonight. Could this be the...
I am sick of the war too. This place is full of people.
If that is your course, then...
Damn, that was the easiest recruitment of my life, dude.
I don't mind being paid.
Didn't you play Morrowind? Why are you using guidance for the paths? Sumiyoshi Shrine.
Those Kabukimono lead the young astray.
Have you seen them at the shrines?
Oh, you can honor the shrine. How do you honor the shrine?
If the Kabukimono want to challenge customs, they should target people who can change them.
Chat, how do I honor it? Stop silencing Asian voices? Probably by climbing it? I doubt that that would be honoring it. Wait, what?
Did you see? She'll fall like the rest.
Uh-oh. Damn, this guy's hard as hell to kill. break. Whoa! Wait, he one-tapped me? How did that happen, bro? He's gonna kill. Oh, Skull means he's gonna kill you one hit. Okay. Okay, now I gotta cook him. Now I gotta cook him. Now I gotta cook him. Now I gotta cook him. Now I gotta cook him and book him. You know what I mean? I will honor the sword by cooking and booking him. Where'd he go? You don't have to fight him. Duty's way above your level. Okay, we'll try one more time.
When I took a piss in the street. I thought she dropped dead from the shock. The shadow.
Now I'm scared. Imagine he kicks me and kills me. That'd be funny. It's hard, bro. It's hard.
Do we shock you?
No, you make me sick.
Yeah. Okay. Oh shit! God damn it! One more time. No, it takes too long. I want to move in the direct. I want to go do the freaking. Go back to politique, little bro. It's the lag. It's the input lag. Yeah. I'll come back and cook him later.
Whoa.
Why isn't it tell me which way to go? Oh, there it is.
Yep. Easy. Tomiko said I might find Heiji the blacksmith here, near the shops.
You think we're playing? Talk! Or I'll cut out your tongue. Go away before I can hang you.
I hear discontent. Not this guy though.
This generation has
Wait.
we get into a real battle. Going to be what's the use of a knife maker? Who won't take knives? All of the knives have been melted down. There's nothing to give you.
Where the blue dot at? Oh, there it is.
That could be Heiji, and it looks like he's in trouble. I should stay hidden here.
Oh, one tapped his ass. Oh shit.
Heiji, you did not fight back.
I do not spill blood. I make tools.
They could have killed you.
Yes, perhaps.
I hope I am as brave when death comes for me.
I am not brave. I am broken.
Broken?
My parents built this forge to make tobacco knives. They were the best in Sakai, and very valuable. Then my parents were killed. I do not make their knives anymore.
I'm sorry for your loss, Heiji. I'm a friend of Tomiko. She sent me to you.
Tomiko? I am in her debt.
We could use your help, Tomiko and I. Come to Setsu. Whatever debt you owe will be repaid. We might even find a way to fix what has been broken.
There is nothing for me here now. I will pack what is left and come.
Good. We will be waiting.
Damn, I'm just collecting all of his resources too. You know, I guess it's valid. I did save his ass. Do the cops come or no? You kill the cops, bro? These guys aren't cops. Okay, what else is that? I still gotta talk to Kyonyo. Oh, hell yeah. Hello.
You don't smell too bad.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. So chat, cops don't mess with you until like you cause trouble.
To listen to reason, complaining he spent a fortune to gain Soki's favor. He said he would collect on his investment.
Master Sokyu can afford to pick and choose. He has Lord
You won't find better weapon.
I'm looking for a teppo with gold ornaments.
Why settle for gold? I have some of the purest Tamba silver. I know an artisan who can pound some on. For a small fee.
No, it has to be gold.
No gold, silver.
I'm wasting my time here.
Unless you're playing as Yasuke. Oh, so what's up? The cops are just racist? Katana, knowledge rank. Dude, I should probably be unlocking tools, right? Oh, smoke bomb. I have kunai. I don't have quick point. I like to play along with you. It's fun AF. Yes, chat. If you'd like to play along with me, then all you need to do is purchase the game using the link in the chat. Thank you, Ubisoft, for sponsoring the stream and letting me pet these dogs. No, don't run away, doggy. God damn it. It is so windy. Is it this windy in Japan all the time? What the hell?
Sounds like a big fight. I'll need a better view.
Oh, shit. Wait, let's look first, obviously.
That must be Konyo. They need help.
Easy.
Something
Loot, loot, loot, loot, loot, loot. Oh shit. Oops. I thought you had a blue dot on your head. I'm
didn't
sorry.
think anyone would come.
Just a little
You
swipe.
expected reinforcements?
Just a little swipe.
Only half-heartedly. When my father called for aid, thousands would come. I send letters and not a soul replies. Except you. I'm Kyonyo.
Naoe, it wasn't a letter that brought me here. More an instinct.
No matter what brought you here, your help was needed. Our home, Honganji, has been reduced to ashes.
Can we fuck this guy?
10 years, we struggled against Oda Nobunaga.
Sekuso
My
option?
father finally signed a peace treaty and retreated. Took most of his followers with him.
So all you see here is all who are left.
Our precious Honganji. And the Lord Daimyo orders Hashiba Hideyoshi to build a castle in its place, on our land. I wouldn't give up. And for that, I am disowned. I will never stop fighting Oda Nobunaga.
Me either.
He burned my home to the ground.
So that's what...
No. I made a promise to my father to retrieve a box that was stolen by one of his murderers.
A father's wish is a powerful thing. Disobeying mine cost me everything.
Hassan, we'll be trying to fuck the
father
monk.
cut the
Listen,
ear off
people say
one
I'm
of
a
the
bald
men.
fetishist, and
I
maybe
was
those
told you
people are
might be
right.
near Sakai, so I found you.
One ear, eh? When Oda Nobunaga took over, he put one of his most savage dogs in charge. Wada Koretake. Many call him the one-ear demon. The men you fought were his.
It's him. Only demons would do what they did to my father.
Immoral to his core. He pillages, destroys our relics, burns our temples. These are objects, yes, but they are symbols of our teachers. 500 years of history. Desecrated by a one-eared madman.
Damn, that was easy as hell to find this guy. All he needed to do was chop off his one ear.
The only evidence
Never mind.
he leaves behind are corpses, burned, beheaded, or both. But with you, maybe my fortune is turning.
I caught this one running back to his master.
Why does she have a German accent? I caught this one running back to his master. Wait, why'd you kill him? Interrogate!
We could have used him.
What? Koretake's worms would rather die than talk.
Why is the sword your first response?
Now, this is Yaya. Fought for my father in the war. Abandoned me like he did.
Not true. You called for help. I came back.
I want to join you two to find Wada Koretake.
Not another corrupted for Kyonyo's hopeless cause.
This is Koretake's doing, not Kyonyo's. Besides, my father always said that as long as we are breathing, there is...
It's hilarious hearing Oda's famous retainers as being seen as evil. I think it's actually cool that we're technically fighting against Oda Nobunaga, at least in this part of the game. I just played Neo and Neo 2 where you play Oda's side and he's a good, chill guy. I like that we're playing against him from the perspective of like a villager.
See? Someone believes in me.
You both seem steadfast on your path of destruction. I heard one of Koretake's men speak of the chief executioner, Nanatsumatsu. He may know where to find Koretake. But I know the place. No one visits and returns the same. Especially not a lone guard.
You didn't see her fight.
Dude, someone said Kaya's eye, the sun shining on Kaya makes it look like there's laser beams coming out of her eyes. It's so funny. Why is she laying in the one spot where there's sun directly in her eyes? I don't know. But it literally looks like she's still trying to white knuckle through the process and still sleep, regardless of the fact that the sun is only hitting her eyes. It's so funny.
She'll be fine. Still, we'll need allies. Find Mitsumune at Nunobiki Falls.
I will go to them.
There's a farmhouse near the river. Meet me there.
Is there more loot in here? Fatherless monk. That's kind of an own, dude. You giving the game at all? No. You can, however, purchase the game if you'd like by clicking the link in the chat. Can you hit this bell? Please say yes. Come on. God damn it. Fatherless behavior monk. Oh, these guys. Oh, okay. So when they're loot bandits, it's fine. But when I loot, everyone's like, oh, Hasan, why are you looting? You're a loot. You love looting. 50 copies in the car right now. That's what I'm talking about, chat. Let's go. Buy it for your friends, for your family, for yourself. Buy 2. You know what I mean? Fuck it. YOLO. Kill the executioner. Should I track this? Should I kill the executioner first? Or should I find Mitsumune? Yes, use the top info on the top left of the map to find them. Oh, this is just another person. Thrown to the dogs. Damn, that's far as hell. Okay, I'll go to the executioner first. Out of the way, you heathens. A real shinobi is riding. Is the map all of Japan? Probably not. All of Japan would be so ginormous to travel by horse. So I suspect that it's not the entirety of Japan. Is this how Japan feels like in real life? Yes. As someone who's been to Japan, I can confirm this is exactly what Japan feels like. And it is exactly what Japan looks like. This is literally Japan. It's a 1-to-1 copy. This is exactly what Osaka's like. Out of the way. Map seems to be 20-25% of central Honshu. Is this what you meant by walkable cities? Yes. It's still a kilometer away. God damn. Thank you for taking us to feudal Japan, sir. You're welcome. Osaka is 20 times better than Tokyo. Should have stole a boat. Wait, there's boats that you can steal? Yeah, run away, dude. It's kind of funny how bitch made the soldiers are, because they basically run away from... Wait. Am I here? No, they're still 700 meters away, almost a kilometer away. Wait, what? Why is it leading me to the water? What's it? Wait, what? Is my horsey stuck? You can lead a horse to the water, but you can't... Oh, there it is. Sir, your boat is malfunctioning. Amagasaki. You can lead a horse to the water, but you can't let him swim, is what they say. Turns... Oh, shit. Ow. I am beating the crap out of this horse. Turns out those people that say that are wrong, because I just did. I made that horse swim, baby. Oh wow, already at Amagasaki. Japan is tiny, bro. Yeah, this is real life Japan. This horse's name is Shadow, by the way. I don't even know if it actually is, but that's what I've named him. Wait, let me go over here. Let me check this out real quick. I assume this is another...
A place to meditate. A place to remember what happened in Iga.
Uh-oh, I gotta do the QTE again. I'm gonna fail again. Okay, this is getting more difficult now. I was fucking up the QTE again. Stop saying worst ending incoming. It's 4 buttons, man. I can't do it. Stop. Don't try to make me lock in while I'm praying. Prayer is all about not locking in. Kaya, where are you going? Kaya, place. Place. As soon as Marat comes in, Kaya immediately gets up. She's like, oh, it's game time. Okay, well, no, Kaya. I'm playing Assassin's Creed.
Good morning, Chichiwe.
It's good.
You did not sleep well.
Yeah, I'm doing an ad.
I'm fine. I was just cold last night.
No, I don't want it.
I heard you cry out in your sleep. Last night, and the nights before it. The horrors of war come for everyone equally. As your father, I had a secret hope that you would be spared.
Okay.
Nobukatsu and his men spared no one. Why should I be?
I have been thinking. The victory of our battle will be short-lived. Oda Nobunaga does not know the word defeat, nor mercy. I have not prepared you enough. This must change. Today, you will learn to wield a warrior's greatest weapon.
The pen.
Is it the Naginata?
No, it is not.
Which is mightier than the sword.
Come, my plum.
Aww. Cutie.
Take a cleansing breath.
We're going to meditate?
Not in our usual way. This is a technique for protection of mind and body. In times of danger, fear.
Kujikiri.
Yes. I will teach you Kujikiri to let go of your guilt and regret. A warrior has no use for these things. I know it was not the cold bothering you last night.
I didn't want you to think I was weak.
Weakness is an unease with the truth. Be honest with me and with yourself. Now, tell me about your nightmare.
It's hard to remember. I was alone, and then blood. A red moon.
Did you see the faces of the men you killed as they drew their last breath?
I did.
Lift your head up, Fujibayashi Naoe. We have ways to banish such darkness. Breathe deeply. Come into the present moment. Now, begin.
Bro's teaching me how to...
Natural and relaxed.
I know how to do this. That's how I unlock this cutscene, Dad.
Empty your mind. Now,
Chimichurri.
Good. Do not force it. Ushi, be here. Now.
As soon as I can't see the visual stimuli, I cook.
Ushi.
Stop reading chat, focus.
How do you feel?
Calmer. Lighter.
That happens when you empty your head.
You need that analyzed, honestly? I can't do it. I have no rhythm. Shut up.
For what it is now. Your mind is refocused. And next, we will redirect it. Momochi Sandayu and Matsu have also agreed to help you. Find them and learn from them.
Chichiwe, thank you for believing in me.
I always have. Only now can I show you how much.
Oh, here we go. Matsu again. Matsu had to whip it up. Make us a fucking nice little soba noodle. Bum, bum, bum, bum, bum, bum, bum, bum. Add work, bind the game. Let's go! Bite off the link.
I know what you have overcome these past weeks. Your first battle. How brave you must have been to survive it.
I wasn't sure I would. But Momochi-san, you said I fought well.
As I knew you would too. Have pride in yourself. Now we push past survival with my family scroll written in my ancestors' hand. All shinobi families have secrets, you know?
Thank you.
The scroll...
Hassan, did you see Kyrie watching a stream earlier? Who? Kyrie Irving?
Those lessons will be very useful to you, but more useful when you retrieve it. I gave it away for safekeeping. My floorboards are already full of other secrets.
I'll find it. Where?
With the priests at the shrine. Go. Learn from those who came before us.
It's been a harsh winter. Tougher than any I can remember. Guess I need toughening up too.
Her scars are completely gone because she let go of the past? No, because this is the past, chatter. I'm in a flashback. This is like a way to... I assume this is a way to level up.
I wonder what I'll learn from the ancestors' scrolls. I just want to be good.
Shui's
A
dead.
real shinobi. The shrine. Auntie Matsu's scroll will be close.
Am I playing on a PS5, PS5 Pro? No, I'm playing on
I'm not allowed here.
In the
I should
shrine!
be quiet.
Did you check in?
I know I'm supposed to be quiet, but it's hard, you know? Especially when I see bandits misbehaving. Wait, how do I get up there? L1, L1, L1, L1, L1. Okay, never mind. Oh, I think I killed everyone. Never mind. Oh, God. How do I get out of the fucking... What? Eagle Eye. Oh, there it is.
I should take your eyes.
Wait, they're punishing each other. Okay, I'll go to the silent route. Silent but deadly, like a fart.
I should take your eyes. I should slap you senseless.
Oh, I don't have a kunai yet. Oh, I can't assassinate because I don't have a kunai.
What were you thinking?
Never mind, sorry, chatters. I can't assassinate because I don't have the... Damn, these bandits got nothing. I took his soul, bro. Take your eyes. How about your soul is gone? You can't assassinate with this, though?
Make your move.
That must be the scroll. Here it is. Auntie Matsu's family scroll. I would never have guessed Auntie's family was so
This game is
powerful.
racist? Okay,
I'll
dude.
learn their secret techniques.
Okay, dude. I was crouching. Don't worry. You can go back to the shrine now, milady. This is a flashback. That's why I can't do... Always gotta be the one guy in the chat? Yeah. I stay getting one guide. This game appropriates gamer culture. Nobody showers. Oh, okay. That's why. You telling me there's ass in this creed? Like that? Butt rock. That's the ass. Put in the ass in Creed since 1997. Can you take me higher? Are those bandits? They look like banditos. I'm racially profiling these guys. Never mind. I'm sorry. You weren't bandits. No way.
Are you finished your training?
For today. But there's so much more to learn, isn't there?
It is only the beginning. We have years worth to catch you up on. Are you ready for that?
I'm ready.
Fun fact, Japanese goon caves existed in the daimyo system. What? No, they didn't. Shut up. Can you take me higher? Wait, what? This is the wrong way. There was a samurai who traveled to Mexico. VOD is gonna get VOD is gonna get muted for copyright music. Yeah. Can you turn on guaranteed kills for assassination so stealth is actually more fun and it's just like the old games? No, because I feel like if you turn on guaranteed kills, then you eliminate an entire area. Oh, dude.
You'll all be reborn to hell!
Shut up.
If the guards see me, they'll kill them.
Wait, why would they? How can they see me? How do I get up there? There's a gap in the fence behind you. I feel like I need the elevation. Yeah, RIP to these people, I think. Is there anywhere to fucking stash him? No, I don't think so. Okay. Yes, press triangle to carry. Can I just fucking murk him now? Okay, there we go. Oh shit. Yeah, kill me, not anybody else. Yeah. Oh shit.
Now for the monks at Ninobiki Falls.
Thank you.
I never said I would free you. Wait. Yeah, free.
Thank you for freeing us.
You saved me.
Oh my god, let's go. I'm gonna get hella... Is this guy dead? It seems like it. Sorry, King. God damn, look at all the heads. Oh shit, I almost sliced her too. HasanAbi heads? No. Can you take me higher? The one guy in the pit has loot that you missed? Hold on, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna come collect. Okay, that's it. We cleaned house. All right, get out of here. I feel like we're gonna hear a lot of Creed in these games. Maybe. All right, that was easy peasy. We got it. We executed the executioner, despite the fact that it made it seem like it was a lot harder to... All right, let's find Mitsumune now. Where's Mitsumune? Oh, nice. He's like right near me. What is this? Can you take me higher? You just have incredible assassin skills. I agree. It's crazy because I just murked their entire encampment and killed the killed Oda's executioner. Unlock eagle access for fast travel. I think you can fast travel without it, right? In this game, you can fast travel without it. Oh, I can't. I have to. Oh shit. Oh, okay. You're not wrong. Shit, I went through all of these places. I should have. Oh, it's been a while. I'm a little rusty. I didn't realize that you had to. You know what? I'll do that later. Only certain towns you have to have a safe house or Eagle Point. And it's been a while. Okay, stop.
The waterfall. This must be the place. Mitsumune.
If you've come to steal, we have nothing.
I come on behalf of Kyonyo. We're going after Wada Koretake, and we need your numbers.
We were 40,000 strong when Oda Nobunaga's armies attacked.
That's a crazy amount of people. Damn, he murked y'all. He murked y'all hard.
He's sure to make us zero.
No, we stand a chance. A reliable source tells me he's vulnerable at Amagasaki Castle.
You have courage.
Bro, you got nothing.
Would not want me
if he just whooped you up and down with 40,000, I'm backing out.
Kyonyo,
you know,
entrusted me with one of our oldest statues of Shinran. Shinran granted us access to the pure land in the afterlife. Offered the way of Buddha to the common folk.
I am common folk. I've never heard of him.
Better for you. Even uttering Shinran's name these days can get you killed. But it was stolen. Taken by bandits in a bloody fight.
What's with the proud after the username? It's for autistic people. Tone indicators.
We need you. If that means retrieving a statue, then that's what I'll do.
We will see.
And I think for deaf people as well, I think. Can you take me higher? Oh god, I gotta stop singing this freaking song. Oh my god. Damn. Let's go to that fast travel point. How do I get up there? I probably gotta walk there, I assume. What? No. Do you know any other lyrics? No, I don't know any other lyrics. What are you talking about? Of course I don't know any other lyrics. Look at this photograph. That's what you want, right, chatters? Dude, the walk up and assassinate is so cold. It stays undefeated. I'm not even assassinating that other guy. That bandit can stay up there. I don't give a heck. All right, how do I eagle eye this? How do I eagle eye this? Do I gotta climb up to the top? Like even more? Oh, there it is. The lands are lit up in the night sky with lanterns for eyes, for all eyes to see. The beauties of Japan, the beauties of Nippon. Poof. That's my favorite insane Assassin's Creed physic permanently. Where's my dog? Oh, there you are. Man, I missed the hell out of Shogun. Season 2 will never be a thing. And season 1's ending was disappointing. I'm man enough to admit it. It ended real weird, dude. It was like wrapped up way too fast. It didn't end well. Like it straightforwardly was not good. Season 2 already confirmed. I know, it's just gonna not be as good is what I'm saying. It's never gonna be as good as like season 1 and first half of season 1. Like first 75% of season 1. First 75% of season 1 was amazing. Wait, am I going? Oh no, this is taking me to the other marker, isn't it? Oh, it is. God damn it. No. No. Wait. Oh, I still have to go this way. Okay. Because season 1 is the entirety of the book. Season 2, they're just making it up. Watch Severance. I appreciate you reading my chat while I'm here for gaming. You got it. Yeah, see, hideout management. When it says Kokurega allows fast travel, I assumed that it was automatically unlocking these places as soon as you arrive at them. I will be watching Severance eventually. I just haven't had time to watch Severance yet. Why are you saying Severance overrated? I don't think Severance is overrated. I haven't watched this week's solo leveling. Isn't it coming out?
Overrun by bandits, like everywhere else.
Wait, let's see if I can hit one.
This place is hostile. Best to go unnoticed.
Get at me. Come on. What are you gonna do about it? That's what I thought. The ghost of the last time someone saw you? No, I got that part. It's cool. I like it. Where are they? Is there anything else on here? Okay. I don't know if this is an unpopular comment, but I love your gaming content. It's not unpopular. It's a very popular comment, especially in this community right now.
Who's there? I am ready.
Bye-bye. Loot. Let's go. We take those. Those are easy. Oh, there's a guy right there. Wait, is that a...
Who's there? No one to save.
Wait, I don't understand. Why didn't I see him? Wait, that's a lady. Equal opportunity bandits. Let's go. Yeah, I'll slit your throat. I don't even care. It's not a big deal. God damn, this village is infested with banditos. Scarface Al Pacinos. Why can't I unlock that one? One bandit king to rule them all, huh? This guy. I'm gonna take care of the... Yeah, DI equals die by the blade. Why can't I assassinate from here? Oh, maybe I gotta get on this thing. Come on, big boy. Delete my ass. Give me the loot. Peace. I wonder if there's a way from above, you know? You can whistle with the D-pad and lure for a perfect ambush. Ooh, that sounds like a good idea. Might do that next.
Oh, that's suspicious.
Is it? Sorry. Now you're dead. Your suspicion was warranted. Your suspicions were warranted. Your death will not be in vain. I will loot your body. Oh shit, there's a homie right here. Oh fuck, he's a big boy. I can't kill him.
Go ahead.
Whole town will fucking chop up. You didn't want, I didn't want to do this to you, banditos, but y'all would have let me be sneaky silent. You forced this upon me, and now you must suffer.
Xindang, you've caused a lot of trouble. I should return to the monks at Nunobiki Falls.
I'll take these resources, please. Thank you. Maybe I'll go over here to check this spot out. Why are you acting like a cop? I thought you liked crimes. What do you mean? What is a bigger crime than assassinating fools, dude? Just because they're bandits doesn't mean I'm not gonna murk them, you know? It's Angela Merkel time.
I'll enjoy.
Will you enjoy killing me? Oh no. Better men than you have tried and failed. Wait, why can't I smuggle these resources as well? Oh, I don't have enough scouts, I don't think. One line is getting better, Hasi. Thank you. I think I'm trying my best. I'm glad you noticed, though. Wait, where are they? Oh, there it is. I'll take these. I take those. I'll break those.
Whoa.
What is that? What the hell is this thing? Oh. Looks visually stunning. It's beautiful. Actually, do you think China will be featured in games like this in the future? Absolutely. But I think Western devs might not do it, or they might, because the Chinese market is massive. But obviously with games like Wukong and stuff, expect there to be more Chinese-focused games coming from Chinese developers.
Yep.
As a horse girly yourself, how's the horse riding in this game? It's really good. I think I won't name other games considering that, you know, this is a hashtag ad, but better than some of the other games I've been playing recently for sure. It's very smooth.
Your statue.
Also, now he's getting, I don't know if this is just me, but she's getting hotter.
I am grateful, but my men will not be grateful. The cost of this statue is blood.
Okay, bro. Well, they wouldn't hand it to me.
I do not think they are ready. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready for blood. I want more blood. Blood is actually the only thing that keeps me
run
going,
red,
to be honest.
But the blood will not be ours.
I see. Take the statue to Kyonyo. I am no longer a worthy protector. Tell him, when the time comes, we will fight.
Kyonyo will be pleased to hear Koretake's location is exposed. We'll need those reinforcements.
You're not wrong, but I feel bad for agreeing with you. Oh, on what? That I said that she's now always getting hotter? Okay, let's change that. Lower health. Warrior Onamusha Kosode. Can you take me higher? Oh, wait, do I got a new hat? Oh, Shrouded Shinobi Hood. Let's freaking go, fam. +1 health segment removed on assassinations at night. Improves critical chance. Let's go. I like it. Starting to look like a full-fledged assassin out here. You know what I'm saying? Shinobi. Grab. Prodigy. Increase damage with abilities by 2%. Maybe I should do shallow. No. Oh, door assassination. Oh, I need 2 for that. God damn it. I wish I could get that one right now. I guess I'll wait for that. You know what? Where the black dude? He's in another castle. So I can't go here, right? Like I can't fast travel here because I haven't unlocked this viewpoint.
Yep.
You can if you unlock the hood icon. I don't have enough money, do I? I don't think I can buy a safe house. Yeah, I don't have no... Bro, I got no bitches and no cash, okay?
Hold up.
I don't even have 800 gold yen style coins to my name. I'm a brokey. I'm a socialist, chat. I'm literally an anarchist commune enjoyer. Like, what do you mean? Oh no, I'm gonna have to fight my way through here, don't I? Oh, my bad. My bad, bro. My bad, fam. Hey, don't look at what I'm doing here, okay? I'm in the Dookie water. Oh, there's a big boy up there. Oh no, dude, this is gonna be difficult as hell. Oh Jesus, this ain't a bandit camp. You know what I mean? Am I supposed to actually tackle it like a castle this early, chat, or am I overextending right now? You won't see me. If you fail skill issue, yes, you gotta be sneaky. History will tell. You're good. They're not over level for you, bro. I think you're wrong. Like, how am I gonna get through these big boys? You know what I mean? Bro is unaware, oblivious, dude. Uh-oh. Which way will he go? Left or right? Left or right? You gonna go right.
They're gone.
Oh shit, you can't assassinate this guy? God damn it. Is he sounding the horn? What is he doing? Oh crap. They're throwing rocks? Could you be funnier with your... Oh, what the fuck? Yo, that rock had hands, dude. I'm just gonna climb up. I don't care. This is it, right? Please tell me this is it. Least stealthy ninja of all time? Guess what, dude? I got the job done, didn't I? Why are you talking shit? Is this not the eagle point? Oh, it is. Uh-oh. Did I lose everything? Please tell me I didn't lose everything. Please tell me it puts me at the top of that point where I got the sync. God damn it. You are not real, bro. How was I supposed to assume that that was not going to be the top of that? Please, please, please, please, please, after the... Oh, thank God. Okay.
Better to keep out of sight.
Is that the samurai? Oh my God, it is. No way. No way. That's so sick, dummy. Looted. Looted and booted. And I'm out. How fortuitous. Sucks to suck for you. Very good for me. Oh, shit. God damn it. Oh, there's multiple. There's 5. Now I'm back in the poop like I didn't just assassinate a samurai daimyo. You know what I mean? I'm back in the dookie water. Oh my God, I thought it... What? Sorry. Yeah, no, I'm turned around. I would never assassinate one of your samurai daimyo. I'm just a simple girl who loves to do parkour. Please. What the? Scared the shit out of me, dude. What the hell is this? What is happening? Bro, you never been to Japan? Oh, this is normal?
I hoped we'd meet again. You've been through a lot. Your time in Animus Ego was meant to weaken you. A drip feed of memories to subdue you and to invade your senses. The others before you called it a bleeding effect. And when it has hollowed you out from within, she will claim you. But you're learning how to counteract it.
He's saying don't believe the women.
The faint glimmers on the darkened path before you. Naoe and Yasuke are long gone from this world. But in these memories, their will to fight burns as a flame. I must go. Find me again.
Damn, your ego's ass is fat. Yeah, I'm caked up. Naoe. Also, spoiler alert, they die.
Kyonyo.
Ah, shitty times. With news, I hope.
Wada Koretake is at Amagasaki Castle.
And what about Mitsumune?
His people are exhausted and hungry, but they will fight.
You may as well sacrifice them. There must be a peaceful solution.
Shut up, Yaya.
You confused me for my father, Yaya. I never wanted peace. Not until we take back what's ours.
Bro, this game does not even remotely entertain the peaceful Buddhist monk trope, okay? This game is like Buddhist monks, they're bald and they're angry, okay? And they got hella weapons and they're ready to pounce.
Not until Wada Koretake is dead.
Like this
Now,
guy, meditate more, I think.
To finish what we started.
I am ready. Wada Koretake must die.
I will not go to war for you. I will go to make sure you don't get...
This lady's accent was first German and now is like kind of Nigerian. She's like, I will not go to war for you.
Killed.
She's doing every accent imaginable. First she was German. What is happening?
His stronghold will be less defended.
Lady your braids. Send what to Nunobiki Forest? We march to Amagasaki Castle.
She's a German Nigerian lady in Japan with the name Yaya. Never do that accent again. Okay, calm down. It was good. Everybody knows if you do an accent good, it's not racist.
I hope Mitsumune came to his senses.
Maybe not.
Say in Nigerian.
I did not expect you.
She retired for a time to the forest to commune with the birds.
I came to show Kyonyo which end of his naginata is the pointy one.
Nigerian here, it wasn't good.
I haven't considered giving up. But
I have not been around my Nigerian buddies in a minute. So my Nigerian accent is washed right now. Because I'm not racist and I don't do a Nigerian accent unless I'm around my Nigerian friends.
Promise me, Plum.
No,
She's
Mike
just a
doesn't
child.
count. Mike does not have a Nigerian accent.
No. Let them suffer. Let them die in pain.
No, we fight.
My brave Sohei, Oda Nobunaga, has brought us to the edge of extinction.
Well, I have a Nigerian friend, a black friend card. No, it's an entirely different
To push
concept.
us over. Tonight, we end the destruction.
If Cutie's not coming back to LA, I would urge the remainder of
We
the
succeed,
Tier N podcast
or we
to
die.
reconsider moving to Salt Lake. Is an insane statement. Yeah, let's just move. Austin won't even move out of fucking Portland to LA, but instead we should all move my family that lives here now, you know what I mean? I'll move my family here. We should all just move to Salt Lake.
Fighting!
There he is. Vengeance is close to Jue. Let's go. I must stop the shooters, or Kyonyo's monks will die.
Bro, my monks are getting cooked right now. Kill the snipers at the gates. Oh shit! Dead. What are you sniping, bro? What are you sniping, huh? Yeah, nothing. That's what I thought. Oh shit! He sniped my ass.
Now to stop the shooters on the other side.
Oh fuck! What just happened? God damn it! I just fell. God damn it! Where's the L1? Where is it? 63 meters away. They are so far away. L1, L1! God damn it! How do I get up there? Oh, there it is. Styling, styling, styling and profiling. Oh yeah. Can I just assassinate? Yes. Wait, what? Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, there it is. Boom, boom, boom. It's the boom, boom room, baby.
Now it's safe for the monks to protect.
What you know about some boom, boom room? What? Oh, it's what's his face? He's that TikTok guy. He's very funny. The British rapper guy. Can I clap him from afar? Skyhook his ass, you know what I mean? Oh my god, does he have a Curious on? What is this? You're dead.
You live was a mistake. A mistake I won't repeat.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
No.
chill.
You'll be dead.
Words. They will be you alive.
Take your hat off. Let your nuts hang. Oh crap, I'm surrounded. Probably not the best. Oh, easy peasy. All right, I'll use my R2 ability on this fool. Oh wait, never mind. Flee to a better position. Only a coward flees. A real
Where
shinobi
is
gets
the
the
box?
job done.
Where? You cut open my father. You left him to suffer, to die.
Ask what's in the box.
pain.
You stole my father's goon collection.
It's what you and your kind.
Oh, that's racist. That's racist as hell, bro. What do you mean, my kind? Yeah, that's what you get, bro.
My father taught me to survive. And every day since, I have thought of only one thing. Making you suffer.
The sakura leaves will hide your shame, but the blood puddle you leave behind is the only thing you will be remembered by. One-eared rat. Cinema.
Wait! Stop!
Mitsumune! This is for every soul Oda Nobunaga burned alive after they surrendered and were promised peace!
No! This is Oda Nobunaga's way, not ours!
Yeah. Not ours.
You give us blades. You tell us to defend the temple with our lives. Then you sign peace treaties with demons. Abandon us to slaughter. And right when I am on the edge of despair, you send her. Tell them these men don't deserve to live.
This will impact Yaya.
The fight is over, Mitsumune. Killing these men accomplishes nothing.
She is right. These men deserve forgiveness, as we all do.
Okay, come on. She didn't. She said these men deserve forgiveness. Like that's. Come on.
You too, Naoe.
Oh, he still did it.
This is your doing.
Let these men go.
Bro, these monks do not fuck around. Also, thank you Ubisoft, for sponsoring the stream.
The veins of my people opened for you. I hope it was worth it.
Objectively me. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. Mad cause bald. I know. I mean,
How did you feel?
Dude, there is literally no better time to be bald than this period in Japan. Are you kidding me? Literally, every dude had a high status symbol and they would buzz their head and have that like thing come up in the middle, just like a bald man's mohawk for no reason. There has never been another period in historic time where being a bald man was so awesome. Okay, there's never been a moment like this. Sorry, let's get back to Naoe now. I just wanted to mention that like the cuts were crazy.
Lost.
When my father died, there was a moment when it felt like he was everywhere, all around me. The next moment, he was nowhere. I felt devoured by emptiness. I thought killing Wada Koretake would fill it. These men are dead because of me.
No, because of Oda Nobunaga.
Naoe, you're an assassin. Calm down. Killing is good.
Maybe this fight should be my own.
One of my duties as abbot is to entrust our sacred artifacts to those who need them most.
We're gonna kill some people now,
Gave hope to thousands upon thousands. Despite what you feel now, Naoe, we are still breathing.
Killing feeds the living blade.
That is what fills the emptiness.
Thank you, Ubisoft, for sponsoring the stream.
Thank you. I hope you and your father can one day forgive each other.
Wow, HasanAbi, I must say I was not considering purchasing Assassin's Creed Shadows, but after your stream and endorsement, I'm strongly considering purchasing a copy. Thank you for your recommendation. You're welcome, chatter. And oh my god, look at this beauty. Oh my god.
You are a friendly thing.
All right, that'll be all for today. My brother is literally circling around and being incredibly annoying. Because I promised him that I would go to the dinner with him, and he's just like, "Come on, bro, when are we going to dinner? When are we going to dinner?" And so I must take him out to dinner, even though I don't want to go to dinner because I've been eating good, like I've been eating healthy. But yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. Normally I don't do Sundays, as you guys know, but tomorrow I will be live, so fear not. And that's all for today, folks. Yeah, I'm really stoked on the Phineas thing. I'm gonna see if he's down to do a collab on stream as well, because he had like, I mean, he was great. He's a true HasanAbi head through and through. Maybe not to the same degree as many of you guys, but like he's very good. He's very cool. I was kind of shocked. Anyway, love you all. Peace, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Just begun. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.